Chapter 1030. Imperishable Realm, the Sword Emperor mumbled as he repeatedly thought about these words. Zhou Xuanji looked at him and said with a smile, "There's something that I want to ask you for." "What is it?" the Sword Emperor asked. "A serendipity," Zhou Xuanji said as he looked at the Sword Emperor without shifting his gaze. The Sword Emperor hesitated before raising his right hand, and a ball of light appeared in his palm. "This serendipity was passed down by you. It should be returned to its rightful owner. Take it," the Sword Emperor said as he waved his right hand. The ball of light rose up and flew toward Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji was quite surprised. He did not expect it to be so easy. He asked hesitantly, "Have you really thought about it? What if you regret it?" The Sword Emperor replied calmly, "There's nothing to regret. This is not your era. Here, I'm the most powerful. Everything was created by me. I will control everything." Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. It seemed that the Sword Emperor knew a lot about the endless universe. He raised his hand and grabbed the ball of light. Just as he touched it, the ball of light disappeared and entered his body. He was very curious about what it was. The supreme legendary sword system, which he suspected to be the sovereign serendipity, was still there. Could it be that the sovereign serendipity had become two? "You should be able to go back with this serendipity, right?" the Sword Emperor asked. Zhou Xuanji replied, "If it's the serendipity I want, then I can go back. Before I go back, if you need any help, just tell me." The Sword Emperor smiled and said, "Is that so? Then I won't be courteous. Can you impart all your sword Dao to me? My father didn't impart much sword Dao to me because he grasped very little." "Who's your father?" "Zhou Qiankuan." "Who's your grandfather?" "Zhou Xianlong." "Zhou Tianyuan, Zhou Tanhua, Zhou Shaoxian. Have you heard of them?" "No. Maybe they're my ancestors." Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. He had thought that the Sword Emperor was his great-grandson or great-grandson. He did not expect them to be so far apart. What exactly happened to Terminus in the Boundless universe? "Can you teach me the sword's way?" the Sword Emperor asked. Zhou Xuanji nodded and smiled, "Anytime." "Then let's do it now, lest you suddenly go back," the Sword Emperor said. Zhou Xuanji put away the Serendipity Sword and Miracle Creation Sword. Holding the Great Sense Dark God in his hand, he began to use his sword techniques and thaumaturgy. The Sword Monarch watched seriously and memorized every move and stance. To help him understand better, Zhou Xuanji began chanting the ancestral voice. Can the Constitution-defying creation scripture be used like this?" The Sword Emperor was stunned once again. A brand new door had opened for him. He suddenly had an idea. It was about how to benefit all living beings and how to open up a more prosperous world. After an unknown period of time, Zhou Xuanji had finally used all his sword techniques and sword Dao. He taught Zhou Xuanji everything he knew, except for the I-sword domain and the imperishable realm that he had just mastered. After all, he had yet to completely adapt to these two divine abilities. "I have remembered them all. They are broad and deep and I have benefited a lot. I can't just take advantage of them, so I will teach you one too," Sword Emperor said in satisfaction. He was indeed very powerful, but his creativity in the way of the sword was far inferior to Zhou Xuanji's. More accurately, his knowledge was too little, while Zhou Xuanji had the supreme legendary sword system. Who knew how many ways of the sword he had learned? Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "It is already a great gift for you to let me have this serendipity. Moreover, you are my descendant. I should teach you the way of the sword myself." The Sword Emperor was speechless. An indescribable sorrow spread in his heart. He quickly came up to Zhou Xuanji and pressed his palm on Zhou Xuanji's chest. "This Tao is called the Tao of Annihilation. I have learned the constitution-defying creation scripture and the Tao of annihilation from my ancestors. I can't sense the aura of the Tao of annihilation in you, so I will teach you now. The Sword Emperor said seriously. An extremely powerful force entered Zhou Xuanji's soul. Domineering. Evil. Extremely destructive. Even more powerful than a cardinal heaven. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. He did not expect himself to learn the Tao of annihilation. The founder spirit said that the constitution-defying creation scripture and the Tao of annihilation would choose different inheritors. But now, he had learned two supreme Taos. What was going on? He entered a state of epiphany. He stopped thinking about it and tried his best to understand the Tao of annihilation. The Tao of annihilation and the constitution-defying creation scripture were two completely different great Taos. Creation and destruction. Zhou Xuanji was transforming into a whole new state. With the help of the Sword Emperor, he learned without any hindrance. In just half a month, he successfully mastered the Tao of annihilation. The Tao of annihilation was just as he thought. It could annihilate everything. All laws could be destroyed. Everything could be annihilated. Annihilate everything. Of course, the Tao of annihilation was not invincible. If the opponent was much more powerful than him, the Tao of annihilation would not be able to withstand it. Moreover, the Tao of annihilation was useless against the Tao of annihilation. It was not that the constitution-defying creation scripture was more powerful than the Tao of annihilation. It was just that the two supreme Taos cancelled each other out. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes slowly and praised, with the constitution-defying creation scripture and the Tao of annihilation, you can indeed create everything and dominate everything. Creation was creation. Dominate was destruction. The Sword Emperor nodded and said, I'm going into isolated cultivation. You can leave if you want. You don't have to tell me. After saying this, the Sword Emperor turned and disappeared. Zhou Xuanji smiled. It seemed that his descendant was not bad. He knew how to repay kindness and was filial. Although the Sword Emperor was not perfect, becoming a ruler was not a bad thing for all living beings. Zhou Xuanji immediately entered spiritless mode and quickly returned to his own world. He stood on the clouds and said softly, I've already obtained the serendipity. How do I go back? The Ancestor Lord's spirit flew out from his eyes. I didn't expect you to master the Tao of annihilation, and the imperishable realm. Is this the serendipity of the sovereign? It's incredible indeed, the Ancestor Lord's spirit praised. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. Could it be that the Ancestor Lord did not understand the serendipity of the sovereign? If you want to go back, go back. The serendipity is in your hands. You can leave at any time, as long as you are willing, the Ancestor Lord's spirit said before disappearing. Zhou Xuanji suddenly thought of spiritless mode. When he returned, he felt that he could go even faster. Could it be, he came to a realization, but he did not leave immediately. He entered the tribe and found Kunlun, who was training. Kunlun was focused on cultivating the ancestral dragon sword and occasionally turned into a green dragon. However, it was still far from Zhou Xuanji's ancestral dragon sword. Kunlun, Zhou Xuanji called out softly. After interacting with him for so long, he already treated Kunlun as his descendant, like a grandson. Kunlun immediately ran over to him and asked, "What's wrong?" Zhou Xuanji raised his hand and patted Kunlun's head as he smiled and said, "I'm going to leave. I came to tell you." "Leave? Where are you going?" Kunlun asked. He had a big smile on his face and looked very excited. Evidently, he had made a breakthrough in the way of the sword. Zhou Xuanji said, "I'm going back to where I came from. I won't be coming back again." Chapter 1031. Never coming back? Kunlun was stunned. His excitement was immediately doused. He became anxious and asked with a trembling voice, "Why do I have to go back? Isn't it better to stay here?" Zhou Xuanji smiled gently, "Many people are waiting for me. They are in danger, but you are not. You have so many tribesmen with you." Kunlun was silent. He always felt that Zhou Xuanji was distant, as though he would leave at any moment. But he did not expect Zhou Xuanji to leave so suddenly. "After I leave, you must work hard on your sword and become the guardian of your tribe. Do you understand?" Zhou Xuanji instructed seriously. As the world develops, all living beings become more and more powerful. There will always be powerful people and weak people. Different mentalities will develop, which will lead to disasters. The human race cannot be protected by gods forever. Just like those primogenitor lords, they could fall from a high and mighty position and disappear without a trace. If the human race wants to survive, they must rely on themselves. It is the same for any race. Kunlun opened his eyes wide and tried to digest his words. Zhou Xuanji smiled again and said, "The sword in my hand is not just a sword. It also has the responsibility to protect the people around me." After that, he turned around and was about to leave. "Are you really not coming back?" Kunlun asked. He looked reluctant, and his eyes were red. He was already used to Zhou Xuanji's existence. He was used to someone watching him train. Zhou Xuanji waved his hand and disappeared. He entered the spiritless mode. The extreme spiritless mode made him move faster and faster. The space-time kaleidoscope around him turned blank. As his speed continued to increase, Zhou Xuanji could clearly sense the existence of a strange substance. This substance was similar to the space-time current but more profound and unfathomable. Soon, Zhou Xuanji mumbled as he increased his speed. The white surroundings began to glow with all kinds of colors. The colors changed continuously. A silver radiance burst out from his body and engulfed him. The silver radiance turned into a long sword and dashed forward, disappearing into the horizon. Star Domain. Gu Juejiu levitated on the Star River stairs. Intense flames surrounded him, and he held a long saber in each hand. His robe fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were filled with extreme murderous intent. With him as the center, the star domain was covered by the sea of blood. The sea of blood was condensed from Gu Juejiu's murderous intent. Inside the sea of blood, there were countless qi weapons hovering in the air. It was extremely terrifying. The old prisoner from the Eastern Endless Kingdom stared at Gu Juejiu. His tattered clothes fluttered in the wind. His gaze was cold, and the blood at the corner of his mouth disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the distance, countless living beings were on standby. Facing the strongest expert at the moment, they were all very nervous, even fearful. "Who is Gu Juejiu?" Shen Nianqing asked Hongchen Supreme. She looked at Gu Juejiu in horror. She had never encountered such a powerful aura. He was almost invincible. No. This was invincibility. This was the strongest person in the world. The hegemon of the Endless West, a peerless genius of ancient times, reputed to be the most powerful expert after the primeval three heavens, Autarch Crimson Dust said with a sigh. Would the Sword Emperor Divine Court be able to stop such an expert? "Where's Zhou Xuanji? Come out and face your death. If you don't come out, I'll slaughter the entire Sword Emperor Divine Court. If you come out, I'll only kill you." Gu Juejiu shouted domineeringly. The twin sabers in his hands transformed into two ferocious beasts, but they still looked like sabers. Roar, roar, the roars of the saber beasts reverberated above the star's domain. The old prisoner dashed toward him again. Swoosh! 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 Countless air weapons shot out from all directions, instantly piercing through the old prisoner's body. Everything happened too fast. It was so fast that the 5 sword emperors, Rainbow Qin Saint Lord, Yuan Cheng, Jin Cheng, and the others could not see it clearly. This, Rainbow Chin Saint Lord opened his eyes wide and cried out in shock. He knew that Gu Juejiao was very powerful, but he did not expect him to be this powerful. Gu Juejiao looked down at the old prisoner's broken soul and said with a mocking smile, "Old man, you abandoned your descendants and worked hard for the enemy. You are really as loyal as a dog." He narrowed his eyes, and the magnificent Star River staircase below shattered directly. The explosion produced a powerful light that formed a huge centipede-shaped crack. The violent wind of pressure shook all the great worlds. The old prisoner's soul condensed again. He looked at Gu Juejiao furiously and roared, "Gu Juejiao! You don't understand your role at all. You think you are the strongest? You are just a pawn. You are not even qualified to be the protagonist of the tribulation." Gu Juejiao's eyes turned cold as he said in a cold voice, "In that case, I will destroy the Sword Emperor Divine Court. I will keep your life until Zhou Xuanji shows up. I will let you see clearly what will happen to the people you choose." Rumble, his indestructible realm began to rage. All the Qi weapons began to tremble. A horrifying power enveloped the star's domain. In the distance, Zhou Tanhua and Zhou Shaoxian rushed over with their disciples. Looking at the vast indestructible realm in front of them, they were all shocked. "What is that? Such a terrifying aura, my God, is that Gu Juejiao? Master, can our Sword Emperor Divine Court hold on? Should we retreat? We can't affect anything at all." The disciples on both sides were terrified. Zhou Shaoxian drew her sword and charged straight into the indestructible realm. "Sister!" Zhou Tanhua was moved. He quickly chased after her. But Zhou Xiaoxuan's cultivation was already very strong. Zhou Tanhua couldn't catch up with her at full speed. The aura of the indestructible realm was rising crazily, making all living beings feel the pressure of a catastrophe. Gu Juejiao didn't erupt immediately. He seemed to be deliberately torturing all living beings in the star's domain. "If you want to kill me, then come in." A calm voice floated out from the star hall, and everyone could hear it. Gu Juejiao's eyes turned cold. The indestructible realm suddenly stopped as he turned into a fiery wind and rushed into the star's palace. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the gate of the star's palace. Not good. Yuan Cheng was shocked. He immediately wanted to rush over. So did the others. There was a loud bang. When they were less than 30 meters away from the myriad stars hall, an invisible force blasted him flying out. However, they were just a little embarrassed. They were fine. Inside the palace, Gu Juejiao walked on the smooth crystal surface. His eyes were locked on a figure at the end of the palace. Zhou Xuanji. He was sitting on his throne with a calm look on his face. 3 legendary swords were hovering above his head, side by side. Serendipity Sword, Miracle Creation Sword, Great Enlightenment Dark God. 3 Karma Cauldron, Sovereign Legendary Swords. Gu Juejiao asked coldly, "Where is my son?" Zhou Xuanji replied, "If I return your son's remnant soul to you, will you let bygones be bygones?" Gu Juejiao replied domineeringly, "No. You tortured him for so long, and you want to reconcile? Then give your children to me to torture." Obviously, his fundamental purpose wasn't to save Gu Tianlin. Then there is no room for negotiation. Zhou Xuanji slowly got up as his aura rose. Chapter 1032. So what if there's no discussion? Do you think you can kill me? Gu Juejiao said coldly. The twin sabers appeared in his hands again as he approached Zhou Xuanji step by step. Zhou Xuanji sized Gu Juejiao up and said with a meaningful smile, "This is the first time we met. You are weaker than I imagined." "No, I became more powerful just now." Gu Juejiu shook his head and felt that Zhou Xuanji had gone crazy. That was right. Most of his enemies would be terrified to the point of madness. This kid's condition was considered not bad. Zhou Xuanji noticed the disdain in Gu Juejiu's eyes, but he only shook his head with a smile. After experiencing the future, he suddenly felt that the ancient peerless geniuses were only a so-so. At least in terms of structure, what was the difference between an ancient peerless genius and a mortal? The predecessors and their descendants all wanted to establish a new world. The ancient geniuses were still racking their brains for the sake of ruling over the endless cosmos created by their predecessors. The structure was not good. Moreover, Gu Juejiu hadn't learned the constitution-defying creation scripture or the Tao of extermination, so how could he have the qualifications to rule over the boundless universe? The corner of Zhou Xuanji's lips curled up as silver radiance radiated from his body. His aura soared to the heavens, and he was about to break open the roof of the star's palace. The fortuitous fate-slaying sword suddenly appeared. Sword light flashed. Gu Juejiu squinted his eyes subconsciously. Countless sword chi swept past his body, making him frown slightly. Rumble, the star hall shook violently, which made the living beings outside uneasy. Their hearts tightened, afraid that something might happen to Zhou Xuanji. Hong Qin's sacred monarch and the others were still attacking unceasingly, wanting to break through the invisible barrier of the myriad stars hall. Unfortunately, their divine power was unable to do so. Your sword doesn't seem to have any damage? Gu Juejiu said mockingly. He did not stop and continued to move forward. The next second, he suddenly stopped. He frowned and asked, where did that sword come from? He felt that some of his luck had been severed. Although it didn't affect him, this feeling of not being able to see through him made him even more fearful. Fortuitous fate annihilation sword. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. Just when he spoke, Gu Juejiu charged up to him. He swung his twin blades and tried to cut Zhou Xuanji in half. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, 3 Karma Cauldron Supreme swords appeared in front of him as if they had teleported. Clang! Clang! The saber and sword clashed, and the violent energy caused cracks to appear on the jade walls of the myriad stars hall, which could collapse at any time. Gu Juejiu's 2 blades and the 3 cause-effect cauldron divine swords were trembling slightly. Zhou Xuanji flew up. He looked down at Gu Juejiu and said, have you heard of the Constitution-defying Creation Sutra and the Tao of Annihilation? Gu Juejiu frowned and his pupils shrank. His heart was in a state of turmoil. How did this kid know about the Constitution-defying creation scripture? One had to know that in order to learn the Constitution-defying Creation Sutra, he had begged the ancestral Buddha to learn the ancestral voice. Countless years had passed, but he hadn't even learned the ancestral voice, let alone defying the Constitution and creating a scripture. The primogenitor relied on these 2 Taoists to create everything, and primogenitor also relied on them to unify the boundless universe. You have nothing, so what makes you so ambitious? Zhou Xuanji asked indifferently. After that, he disappeared. Boom! He appeared in front of Gu Juejiu as if he had teleported and grabbed Gu Juejiu's shoulder with his right hand. The 2 of them instantly arrived at the empty space created by the godless state. Gu Juejiu struggled subconsciously. He looked around and asked in a deep voice, what is this place? He could feel the existence of time and space, but everything here was still. It was extremely strange. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile, this is the extreme of speed. He activated the sword fusion technique and war physique straightaway. The 2 Karma Cauldron legendary swords fused into his body, and he only held the Serendipity Annihilation sword. His aura reached its peak. Imperishable stage. You. Gu Juejiu opened his eyes wide again. He knew Zhou Xuanji's cultivation. How could he reach the imperishable stage in such a short time? Zhou Xuanji charged toward him. The extreme godless state, traceless divine shadow. Gu Juejiu was the most powerful cultivator in the world after all. Even if he could not catch up to Zhou Xuanji's speed, he could still deal with him easily. Boom! 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 Gu Juejiu did not move at all. A formless divine energy protected him, which prevented Zhou Xuanji's attacks from getting close to him. Deafening explosions came one after another. The explosions were the divine voice, and Zhou Xuanji's ancestral voice could be vaguely heard. Gu Juejiu heard the ancestral voice too. He frowned even more, and his fury grew. Damn! He could not learn the ancestral voice, so how could this brat master it? Jealousy took over his heart. He must kill this brat. Or else his position as the overlord would be shaken. Gu Juejiu opened his eyes abruptly. His body swayed and disappeared. He moved about continuously. Every time he appeared, countless sword chi would appear around him, like blooming flowers. As Gu Juejiu's speed increased, countless afterimages were created, as though there were tens of thousands of Gu Juejiu. Zhou Xuanji also realized that he was not powerful enough to hurt Gu Juejiu. The difference in cultivation is too great. He's the most powerful cultivator in the world indeed. Zhou Xuanji sighed in his heart. If not for his godless state reaching its extreme, he would have been killed by Gu Juejiu instantly. Although Gu Juejiu was powerful, he was not as fast as Zhou Xuanji. Godless state was a lost divine ability. Only a few people had reached the extreme godless state since ancient times. Seems like I can only scare him off. Zhou Xuanji thought. In his eyes, Gu Juejiu was as slow as a tortoise. It was just that the tortoise's shell was too hard. During the battle, he could be distracted at will. He immediately activated the constitution-defying Creation Sutra and the Tao of Annihilation. He wanted to see what kind of effect it would have if he fused two supreme Taos together. Boom! His aura surged and his physical body exploded. His soul was also on the brink of collapse. Gu Juejiu's expression changed as he cried out in fear, "This aura! What is your relationship with Gu Zun?" Gu Zun? Zhou Xuanji immediately appeared 3,000 meters away. His body gave off a silver light, looking quite similar to the future Sword Emperor. You know it's Gu Zun. Gu Juejiu, do you know this power? Zhou Xuanji laughed coldly, which made Gu Juejiu's expression change. He continued, I'll give you a choice. Retreat, and you deal with Nan Wujin. I'll unify East Infinity first, and I can return Gu Tianlin's remnant soul to you first. It's not that I'm afraid of you. I just don't think there's a need for this. If we fight to the death now, one of us will definitely die and the other will be heavily injured. That would only benefit the other overlords. Gu Juejiu's eyes flickered as he fell into a dilemma. Zhou Xuanji's aura reminded him of the nightmare from back then. He took a deep breath and said, all right. He actually wanted to retreat because he could not keep up with Zhou Xuanji's speed. The anger in his heart was stifling, and he felt humiliated. Zhou Xuanji waved his right hand and let out a trace of Gu Tianlin's remnant soul. Gu Juejiu withdrew his hand and sucked his son's remnant soul into his sleeve. He looked at Zhou Xuanji deeply and said, you. Very good. After that, he turned and left. In the blink of an eye, he broke through the frozen time-space and disappeared without a trace. Zhou Xuanji let out a long sigh. He immediately returned to the Star Hall to make sure that Gu Juejiu did not come back to kill him. Just when he landed, the Ancestor Lord's spirit flew out from his eyes. Chapter 1033. Don't let the two supreme powers fuse together so easily. The Founder's spirit said in a low voice, his face filled with shock and anger. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and asked, why? He suddenly felt a little unhappy. This fellow had always been hiding in the depths of his soul. Whatever he did, the primogenitor Lord's spirit could see through it. How could he endure this? He had to think of a way to expel the spirit of the Founder Lord. He didn't want to be stared at by the First Lord's spirit. The current environment does not allow these two powers to fuse, the Founder Lord's spirit solemnly said. Zhou Xuanji thought about it. The current environment? Was it Gu Zun's doing? Judging from Gu Juejiao's previous behavior, Gu Zun must have mastered the scripture of creation and the Tao of annihilation. Because of this, only Gu Zun could create a glorious, boundless universe. How long are you going to stay inside me? Zhou Xuanji asked softly, his gaze fixed on the primogenitor spirit. The First Lord's spirit calmly replied, "You want me to leave?" Zhou Xuanji nodded. Although the primogenitor Lord's spirit had helped him a lot, he could repay it in another way. It wasn't like this, where the primogenitor Lord's spirit could jump out at any time and catch him off guard. The progenitor Lord's spirit fell silent. Zhou Xuanji did not say anything and waited for his reply. After a while, the primogenitor's spirit faintly said, "I will disappear soon. I am just worried about you." Zhou Xuanji asked further, "Why do you say so? What special relationship do you have with me? You're the one who pushed for the Emperor Gate to recognize you as its master so easily, right?" The primogenitor's spirit shook his head and disappeared. Zhou Xuanji frowned and fell into deep thought. What did the spirit of the Founder Lord mean? He decided to reorganize North Limitless while thinking of a way to extract the spirit of the Founder. After thinking about it, he transmitted his voice to the astral domain, announcing that the crisis was over. The living beings surrounding the Hall of Stars in the outside world heaved a sigh of relief. Zhou Xuanji summoned the old prisoner, Jincheng, Yuancheng, and the others into the palace. Looking at Zhou Xuanji, who was completely unharmed, they all heaved a sigh of relief. "My lord, why did Gu Juejiao retreat?" Yuancheng cupped his fists and asked with a puzzled expression. The others had similar expressions on their faces. Zhou Xuanji gave a mysterious smile and said, "I can't say." Next, the Sword Emperor Divine Court's goal is to subdue Northern Infinity. You can expand as much as you want, but you also need to pay close attention to internal affairs. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement, but they were still thinking about this matter. That was an ancient peerless genius. The strongest in the world. Zhou Xuanji could repel the ancient genius without being injured. It was really unbelievable. I don't think Gu Juejiao will come back in a short period of time. I told him to deal with Nan Wujin, but I don't know if he will do that or not. We just have to stay alert. Zhou Xuanji said casually before waving his hand to signal for everyone to leave. He simply said a few words to calm his subordinates down. Everyone looked at each other and finally chose to leave. Soon, only Zhou Xuanji and the old prisoner were left in the hall. The old prisoner had already regained his physical body. He stared at Zhou Xuanji and said faintly, "You are already powerful enough to surpass the ancient geniuses? Before this, did you suddenly leave?" When he was fighting Gu Juejiao, he had paid attention to the Star Hall. Zhou Xuanji's aura was not in the palace. He was not running away. Zhou Xuanji's aura disappeared suddenly. "Yes, I went to another spacetime," Zhou Xuanji said frankly. He did not intend to hide anything from the old prisoner. The previous battle had proven the old prisoner's heart. He was really working for Zhou Xuanji. If Zhou Xuanji had appeared a little later, the old prisoner might have died. The old prisoner took a deep breath and said, "Did you surpass the ancient geniuses?" "No, but the ancient geniuses cannot kill me." "I see. You are indeed the descendant of the original master. What do you plan to do next? Are you going to stay in prison forever?" I need to recuperate." Having said that, Zhou Xuanji nodded and waved his hand, indicating that he could leave. The old prisoner turned around and stopped after taking 3 steps. He did not turn around but lowered his head and said, "A great tribulation is coming. Be prepared." After that, he disappeared from the palace. Zhou Xuanji was not surprised. He understood that a great tribulation was coming. The collision between the constitution-defying Creation Sutra and the Tao of Annihilation. His greatest enemy was the Cardinal Heaven. A Cardinal Heaven who had mastered the Tao of Annihilation. The unreachable region. A ray of light appeared in the absolute darkness. A silhouette was moving forward slowly within the light. "Is it here?" A low voice came. The light was extending, and he was moving forward without leaving the light. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck in front of him. The silhouette in the light stopped and cried out in shock, Such a powerful being exists at this time? Unreachable region. Evil spirits, do not disturb me. A thunderous roar came, so deafening that even the deaf could hear. In response, a long sword came out of the light. The blade turned around, and countless sword chi exploded like a storm that swept across the entire void. "I'm coming. Who dares to stop me?" A mocking laughter came from the light. In the Star Palace, Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes suddenly. This aura, he frowned and mumbled to himself. At that instant, he suddenly felt a shudder in his heart. He caught a trace of a familiar yet unfamiliar aura. He felt like he had sensed it somewhere before, but he could not remember who it was. Cardinal Heaven? Sword Emperor? Primordial Lord? He fell into deep thought. A while later, he took out the Master Emperor door and focused his divine sense on it. He wanted to put the Primordial Lord Spirit into the Master Emperor door. But he could not find the Primordial Lord Spirit, so he focused on the Master Emperor door. He felt that the Master Emperor door had some kind of connection with the Primordial Lord Spirit. This connection definitely existed. For the time being, he couldn't find this connection. After half an hour, Zhou Tanhua asked to see him. With a move of Zhou Xuanji's mind, Zhou Tanhua appeared in the palace. "Father, I need your help with something," Zhou Tanhua knelt down and said. Zhou Tanhua knelt down and saluted, his eyes full of worry. Zhou Xuanji asked with a smile, "What is it?" For some reason, when he saw his son again, he thought of the Sword Emperor. That kid should be Zhou Tanhua's descendant. After Gu Juejiu left, 2 of my disciples disappeared mysteriously. I couldn't track their fates. They haven't come back even after so long, Zhou Tanhua said in a deep voice. He didn't have many disciples, but he liked them very much. Zhou Xuanji nodded and immediately divined for him. Zhou Xuanji had seen all of his disciples. They were not bad. Zhou Xuanji remembered their aura. If they were still in the Sword Emperor Divine Court, Zhou Xuanji would be able to find them. However, after searching for half an hour, Zhou Xuanji still couldn't capture the aura of the 2. What happened? Did Gu Juejiu take them away? Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. With the cultivation of the 2, it was impossible for them to leave the territory of the Sword Emperor Divine Court during this period of time. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoxian also came to see him. Zhou Xuanji let her in. "Father, 2 of my disciples are missing," Zhou Xiaoxian said anxiously. Chapter 1034. Your disciples are missing too? Zhou Xuanji asked with a strange expression. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Zhou Xiaoxian glanced at Zhou Tanhua and said anxiously, "Yes, you must help me find them. They are my 2 most beloved disciples." Zhou Xuanji nodded and said in a low voice, "How about this? You 2 go down first to prevent more disciples from going missing. Leave the 4 disciples to me." Having heard this, the siblings immediately got up and left. They were afraid that it would be as Zhou Xuanji said, that more disciples would go missing mysteriously. After they left, Zhou Xuanji also disappeared from the throne. He wanted to see for himself who was playing tricks in the Sword Emperor Divine Court. In the void, a cardinal heaven sat in a car made of skeletons, which was being pulled by 3 flaming divine birds. He was frowning, thinking about something. After the battle with Gu Juejiao, he began to wander. As one of the post-ancient sovereign 3 heavens, he was now on the run. He had lost all his face. He gnashed his teeth at the thought of this. Cardinal Heaven, you are really impressive. A laugh came from the front, and it was filled with mockery. The Cardinal Heaven looked up and sighed, Hunyuan Heaven, why are you mocking me? What's the difference between you and me? Having heard this, Hunyuan Heaven fell silent. Although Hunyuan Heaven did not participate in the battle between East Infinity, North Infinity, and West Infinity, it was not as smooth as the rumor said. Although he ruled over South Infinity, he did not unify it. Some forces in South Infinity were stubborn and refused to surrender, giving him a hard time. These guys were very powerful, and he could not do anything about it. Cardinal Heaven, if you join me, will you listen to my orders? Hunyuan Heaven asked. He did not show himself, so it was impossible to tell where his voice came from. The Cardinal Heaven's expression changed drastically. He fell into a dilemma. Back then, he stood side by side with Hunyuan Heaven and even surpassed Hunyuan Heaven and Hongmeng Heaven in terms of prestige. Now, it was an absolute humiliation for him to be Hunyuan Heaven's subordinate. Is that what you said to me before? The Cardinal Heaven asked in a deep voice. Hunyuan Heaven replied, times are different now. You are not qualified to bargain with me. The Cardinal Heaven was deeply affected. Anger filled his heart. At this moment, he even had the urge to destroy Hunyuan Heaven. You haven't even gotten your revenge and you want to give up? Cardinal Heaven, have you forgotten how Gu Zun rose to power? He has suffered all kinds of humiliation. You've always set him as your goal, so why can't you learn from his tenacity? Hunyuan Heaven's voice rang out again, causing the Cardinal Heaven expert's body to tremble. The heart of a Cardinal Heaven expert had completely collapsed. The rage of vengeance overtook his pride. Several years passed. Without the interference of the Cardinal Heaven experts, the Sword Emperor Divine Court began to expand rapidly in the northern Endless Lands. They were unstoppable, and more forces took the initiative to join the Sword Emperor Divine Court. Zhou Xuanji did not personally manage these matters but focused on searching the Sword Emperor Divine Court. Ever since the disappearance of Zhou Tanhua and Zhou Xiaofan's disciples, many living beings in the Sword Emperor Divine Court had mysteriously disappeared. The impact of this matter was getting bigger and bigger, and it could no longer be concealed. All sorts of rumors were spreading within the Divine Court. Some believed that it was East Infinity's doing, while others believed that it was West Infinity's doing. Of course, compared to the general situation of the Sword Emperor Divine Court, this was only a small matter. On this day, Zhou Xuanji found the residence of a living being who had disappeared recently. It was a child who had disappeared from his home for 10 hours. His parents went to report to the authorities, and Zhou Xuanji happened to catch them with his divine sense. There were many cases like this, but the world they were in was different. This was a trading island with strict discipline. Such a case had not appeared for hundreds of years, so it caught Zhou Xuanji's attention. Inside the house, Zhou Xuanji observed carefully. The antique house was decorated with many porcelains, and there were ink paintings on the walls. It looked like a scholarly family. Few people would behave like this on a trading island like this. Everyone was busy cultivating or earning resources. There were not many living beings who were resting here. Zhou Xuanji suddenly stopped by the bed. His eyes were fixed on a small gap in the curtain. I finally caught you, Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. There was a trace of aura left on the small gap. It was very faint, as though it was about to dissipate. Over the years, Zhou Xuanji had encountered many similar situations. Only this small gap had a trace of aura left. 3 breaths later, he disappeared into thin air. He entered spiritless mode straightaway and traveled around the northern endless lands, searching for that trace of aura. About an hour later, Zhou Xuanji finally found that trace of aura. He quickly jumped out of spiritless mode and came to a frozen land. The bone-chilling wind blew. The land under the starry sky was extremely silent. Zhou Xuanji walked ahead slowly. He looked slow, but he was moving extremely quickly on the land. He came to a green stone stele. For such a stone tablet to appear in a world of ice and snow, it was rather abrupt. Zhou Xuanji slammed his palm toward it. Boom! The ice surface shattered, and the chilly wind blew back. However, the stone stele did not budge. It was not damaged at all. Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes and took out the main emperor door straightaway. The main emperor door descended from the sky and smashed into the green stone stele, shattering it into pieces. The main emperor door rose up. Zhou Xuanji looked at it and saw a black hole. The main emperor door rose up. Zhou Xuanji looked at it and saw a black hole. Let me out, why? Why me, kill me. Kill me now, Zhou Xuanji frowned. What happened down there? He used the exterminating divine eyes and looked into the darkness. Soon, he saw a pool of blood in the darkness. The surroundings were filled with blood qi, and thousands of souls were struggling in the pool. They wanted to fly out but could not. Zhou Xuanji frowned even more. This was a cultivation pool. Someone was refining these souls as cultivation materials. Whoosh! A shadow flew out of the black hole and charged toward Zhou Xuanji. In an instant, Zhou Xuanji leaned back and dodged the attack by a hair's breadth. He looked over and saw an old man with disheveled hair. He was as skinny as a match, and his eyes were blood red. His robe was tattered, and he looked like a ferocious ghost. Zhou Xuanji took out his suppressive legendary sword and slashed at the old man, cutting him in half. It happened so quickly. The entire process was so fast that no one could even blink. Zhou Xuanji raised his left hand and swung, absorbing all the souls in the blood pool into his sleeve. You dare to ruin my plan. You are seeking death. The lawless region will be trampled over sooner or later. You offended me, the blood soul ancestor, which is the same as offending the lawless region. The old man laughed cruelly. His murderous aura soared into the sky. His body recovered quickly, and he slammed his palm toward Zhou Xuanji. The palm was too fast, and Zhou Xuanji could only parry it. Boom! He was sent flying backward, and the blood soul ancestor charged at him. Zhou Xuanji could only use spirit void mode helplessly. Chapter 1035. After entering godly void mode, Zhou Xuanji's speed reached its limit. The blood soul ancestor could not hit him at all. Zhou Xuanji fought with him while observing his body and cultivation. This guy's aura had reached the imperishable stage and was even more terrifying than Hongqin Saint Lord. Although he could not keep up with Zhou Xuanji's godly void mode, he could roughly sense Zhou Xuanji's location. This guy is so powerful. Who is he? Is the lawless region really going to invade the endless universe? Zhou Xuanji frowned and fell into deep thought. The blood soul ancestor was furious and roared, "Come out! You only know how to hide? Why is the lawless region attacking the endless universe?" Zhou Xuanji asked. The blood soul ancestor laughed coldly, "Why? Are you afraid?" "Yes, I'm afraid." "Can you tell me the truth?" "You might be able to scare me away," Zhou Xuanji replied. "The endless universe belongs to the lawless region. The lawless region was the universe before the ancient sovereign. The ancient sovereign was treacherous and killed all living beings to create a new endless universe. To the lawless region, the endless universe is the mortal enemy. Do you understand? I understand. Then who is the ruler of the lawless region now? Zhou Xuanji already knew how the ancient sovereign created the endless universe. Just like the sword emperors of the future, they destroyed and created again. When everything was turned into nothingness, a new order could be established. If one could not change all living beings, then they would destroy all living beings and create living beings that followed their will. Such a method of creation was quite selfish. After all, not every living being could be corrupted and irredeemable. Who is the ruler is not something you can know. Get lost. Or else, I will tear you apart first when the lawless region army comes. The Blood Soul ancestor said impatiently. He was going crazy. Who was this brat? How could he be so fast? Such speed gave him a sense of déjà vu. It was a pity that he had forgotten most of his memories. He could not remember the past. Zhou Xuanji continued to ask, last question. How did you come here? How many more people have entered the Northern Endless Universe? These are 2 questions. The Blood Soul ancestor roared. He slammed his palms wildly with divine energy, bombarding the entire icy land. Boom! The land shook violently as though it would collapse at any moment. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "It's all the same. Tell me, I can't do anything to you anyway. I can't play any tricks on you." He could tell that this fellow was not smart enough. Either he was too conceited, or his spiritual intelligence had been severely damaged. Zhou Xuanji could clearly sense that the Blood Soul ancestor's emotions were unstable. He looked like he was about to go berserk. That's right. There was a great battle here and the space-time barrier was broken. Apart from me, I reckon that many other experts have already snuck in, so give up resisting. Blood Soul progenitor laughed arrogantly. He suddenly squatted down and slapped the ground with his palm. In an instant, blood chi soared and covered the ground. Numerous blood-colored tombstones rose into the air, turning the world of ice and snow into a blood-colored graveyard. Countless ghostly wails and wolf howls rang out, giving everyone goosebumps. Zhou Xuanji suddenly appeared with the Serendipity Sword and Dark God in his hands. With a wave of Deju's Dark God, everything turned dark. The Blood Soul progenitor's senses instantly lost their function. He couldn't see, hear, or use his divine sense. He was instantly terrified. What was going on? Zhou Xuanji swung his sword again. This time, it was the Serendipity Annihilation Sword. Boundless divine power poured into the blade, turning into sword chi as it slashed down. Puchi! 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 The Blood Soul progenitor's body swayed under the torrential sword chi like a sandbag. He couldn't resist at all. He could clearly sense that his fate had been severed. What divine ability is that? He opened his eyes wide, and his heart was filled with shock. His good fate had been severed. Although it did not affect his battle power, it made his hair stand on end. Zhou Xuanji activated the gaze sword domain. With the Blood Soul progenitor at the center, tens of thousands of sword shadows surrounded him and crazily attacked him. At the same time, he used world internalization to absorb the Blood Soul progenitor's divine energy. I can't kill you, but I can still suck you dry. Zhou Xuanji thought condescendingly. After reaching the imperishable stage, he did not know how to break through to a higher stage, but it was always right to increase his cultivation. The Blood Soul progenitor struggled with all his might. But no matter where he went, the gaze sword domain followed him. He could not pinpoint Zhou Xuanji's location, so he was in a passive position. Damn, he gritted his teeth and roared like a ferocious beast that had gone berserk. But he could only sense darkness. Under such circumstances, he could not help but feel fear. He would die. Zhou Xuanji would not show any mercy. This guy had refined so many innocent souls. No matter how he died, it would not be enough to vent his anger. Half an hour later. An hour later. 2 hours later. Finally, the blood soul progenitor's divine energy was sucked dry by Zhou Xuanji. He had completely lost his battle power. Zhou Xuanji did not show any mercy. He took out the main emperor door and killed him. Not even a trace of his soul was left. He retracted the great perception dark spirit, and the darkness disappeared. The icy land reappeared. The surface was covered with cliffs and canyons. It was a mess. Zhou Xuanji landed in front of the black hole. Looking down, he destroyed the blood pool. After doing all this, he left. He quickly found Zhou Tanhua and Zhou Shaoxian and told them about this. Both of them were very disappointed. The enemy was dead. They could not even feel hatred. They could only blame themselves for not protecting their disciples well. Zhou Xuanji did not comfort them. They had already grown up and had the ability to adjust themselves. After returning to the Star Hall, he began to cultivate. He completely refined the blood soul progenitor's divine energy into his own. 3 days later, he gathered all the important ministers and generals of the divine court in the hall. He told them about the blood soul progenitor and the lawless region, which shocked everyone. The lawless region. So there are countless old monsters hiding there. Could it be that the battle between Gu Juejiao and the Cardinal Heaven broke time and space? This is going to be troublesome. Don't worry. They are the only enemies left. The situation is much better than before. This is the autumn of troubled times. Indeed, before the previous wave subsides, another wave rises. Everyone discussed among themselves. Zhou Xuanji did not disturb them. He wanted to hear their opinions. What comforted him was that these people were not afraid. The previous battle had given them confidence. They believed that the Sword Emperor Divine Court would not lose no matter who they faced. Yuancheng, you are in charge of arranging people to search for the enemies in the lawless region. If they did not do evil, you can detain them first. If they did, kill them immediately, Zhou Xuanji instructed. Yuancheng received the order immediately. Today, the Star Realm can hold a divine court meeting. The main purpose is to trade resources so that all the new factions can integrate. Zhou Xuanji continued to give orders. He began to issue orders one after another, and the Sword Emperor Divine Court became busy again. At the same time, the news that Zhou Xuanji had forced Gu Juejiao to retreat officially spread to the other 3 factions. The name of the Sword Emperor soared into the sky. It launched a powerful impact on Gu Juejiao's domineering position. Chapter 1036. The North Endless Sword Emperor, the East Endless Zhongji, the West Endless Ancient Genius, and the South Endless Hunyuan Heaven. For emperors of the current era. A new structure appeared in the Endless Universe. The 4 Endless was unified. Before the turmoil, apart from the West Endless and East Endless, there had always been internal strife in the 4 Endless. Everyone was guessing who could unify the 4 Endless. Zhou Xuanji was the loudest. He defeated the East Endless royal family and forced back the ancient genius. He was only a little over 10,000 years old. Apart from him, there was no other genius as amazing as him. In addition, the peace in the Sword Emperor Divine Court was also widely spread. The Sword Emperor's benevolence became his greatest weapon. While the outside world was in turmoil, Zhou Xuanji was concentrating on cultivation. His cultivation was still far from the other 3 overlords. He needed to work harder. The Sword Emperor Divine Court's territory expanded more and more. It wouldn't take many years for them to completely unify the Northern Endless. The All-Star Domain's Divine Court Conference was also being prepared. The biggest attraction was the Sword Emperor preaching to all. It was rumored that the Sword Emperor had a magical language that could make the listener quickly enter a state of epiphany, regardless of their cultivation. Years passed. Almost every year, powerful cultivators from the lawless region would be found in the northern Endless. These powerful cultivators acted recklessly and took pleasure in devouring the common people. They always caused a bloodbath. Zhou Xuanji didn't take action but left it to his subordinates. The Sword Emperor Divine Court was no longer what it used to be. There were already more than 30 imperishable realm cultivators. The Northern Endless forces were gathering at the Sword Emperor Divine Court. Some hidden experts couldn't help but come out to help Zhou Xuanji unify the four Endless. As long as Zhou Xuanji succeeded, the Northern Endless would rise, and their subordinates would also get a tremendous amount of fate. The battle for fate, the time for serendipity. On this day, Zhou Xuanji was preaching to Jiang Shui. Xian Xianghua suddenly burst into the hall and interrupted Zhou Xuanji's preaching. Zhou Xuanji's eyes narrowed as he created a protective shield around Jiang Shui, isolating all movement. His ancestral voice continued to reverberate inside the shield. He looked at Xian Xianghua and asked, "What's the hurry?" Xian Xianghua rarely acted like this. It seemed that something big had happened. Mortal Supremacy and her sister, Shen Nianxing, are missing. Xian Xianghua said in a deep voice, her eyebrows full of anxiety. To her, Supremacy Crimson Dust was also her master. The two of them had always had a good relationship. Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. Recently, he really didn't care much about the mortal sovereign sisters. Subconsciously, he felt that they could take care of themselves. He immediately released his divine sense. After a while, he retracted his divine sense. "When was the last time you saw them?" Zhou Xuanji asked. Xian Xianghua thought about it and said, "It should have been half a year ago. I went to find Hongchen Supremacy to ask about some of the puzzles of the Hongchen Qi." She seemed to have thought of something and continued, "By the way, her sister seems to have been praying to Buddha. Could she have gone to find Buddha? Ancestral Buddha?" Zhou Xuanji frowned and immediately felt a headache. Peace had finally been restored, but the two sisters had gone missing again. Could it be related to the destiny tribulation that Hong Meng Heaven mentioned previously? No matter what, he couldn't act as if nothing had happened. "You can go down first. Stay in the stars field and don't run. I'll go look for them," Zhou Xuanji said, waving his hand. Xian Xianghua nodded, turned around, and left. Zhou Xuanji thought about it and sent out an extra soul clone to look for Yuan Cheng. He sent Yuan Cheng to search for the ancestral Buddha. Although he had seen the ancestral Buddha before, he didn't know where he was. Yuan Cheng was knowledgeable and knew much about the history of the endless universe. He might be able to find the ancestral Buddha. After Yuan Cheng heard about this, he immediately went to search for the ancestral Buddha. He wasn't sure, but he was confident that he could find him. Zhou Xuanji left this matter to him. And so, a month passed quickly. This day, only Zhou Xuanji was in the palace. Yuan Cheng came to visit him. "My lord, the ancestral Buddha has moved to the lawless region between northern Boundless and eastern Boundless. He has opened up a new preaching site. Are you sure you want to go?" Yuan Cheng asked worriedly. Recently, they had been capturing creatures from the lawless region, which meant that they had offended the lawless region. Asking Zhou Xuanji to go to the lawless region was equivalent to seeking death. Zhou Xuanji smiled calmly, "I have to go. If you are captured, I have to go too. I treat you all as my own people. The Sword Emperor will not just sit on this seat and enjoy the fruits of others' labor." Yuan Cheng's heart surged with excitement. Many people said that the Sword Emperor could come this far because of his great luck and the help of many powerful cultivators. Only they knew that Zhou Xuanji was never a decoration. Every time he was in a desperate situation, it was Zhou Xuanji who turned the tide. Yuancheng took a deep breath and said, "How many people do we need? Let me go and visit the 10 imperishable stage cultivators. With so many powerful cultivators, I can send you out with peace of mind." Zhou Xuanji shook his head and smiled proudly. "In this endless universe, I can go wherever I want. If you follow me, you will only be a burden to me." Yuancheng was stunned. He was suddenly curious about what kind of divine ability Zhou Xuanji had mastered. Could it be the godly blank state? But Zhou Xuanji's godly blank state could not allow him to do as he pleased. "Okay. Make the map and give it to me," Zhou Xuanji instructed. Having heard him, Yuancheng left immediately. After he disappeared, Zhou Xuanji continued to cultivate. In the Golden Palace, Zongji, the clan lord of the Eastern Boundless royal family, knelt on the ground. He looked up. The palace was so vast that he could not see the top even if he looked up. "Old ancestor, what do I have to do for you to help? If you don't help, the Eastern Boundless royal family will be destroyed." Zongji roared with hatred, his voice hoarse. No one answered him, which made him grit his teeth in anger. Streams of blood flowed down from his eyes, and his eyes were quickly dyed red. "Since you are all standing by, then the Eastern Boundless royal family shall change its name. From today onwards, there will be no more royal family." Zongji stood up and cried out with a deep voice. Boom! A deafening sound of thunder came. "How dare you!" A domineering cry came, which shook Zongji to his core. He knelt down again. This time, he was forced to kneel down. His right hand supported the ground while his left hand supported his knee. He tried his best not to kneel down completely. Zongji stared at him furiously and roared, "What? Do you still care about the Eastern Boundless royal family? These old things enjoyed the worship of their descendants, but when they needed their ancestors, they all pretended to be dead." Zongji could not take it any more. Sigh. A sigh was heard, filled with endless worry and difficulty. Zongji looked up furiously, waiting for an answer. "In this endless universe, other than that brat, who else is making things difficult for you?" Another voice came. Zongji frowned. From what the ancestors said, it was apparent that they did not want to be enemies with Zhou Xuanji. Who was Zhou Xuanji? Why could the ancestors tolerate him so much? Southern Boundless and Western Boundless. They want to divide Eastern Boundless. Zongji replied. He gnashed his teeth in hatred at the mention of this. Chapter 1037. Got it. You can go now and appease the royal family. A royal ancestor's voice echoed in the hall. Zongji wanted to say something but hesitated. He thought for a moment, then got up and left. He couldn't completely offend his ancestors. He still had to rely on their power. After he left, there was a discussion in the hall. This kid really has no respect for his elders. You can't blame him either. The great calamity of the boundless universe has arrived, and he indeed doesn't have the ability to help the imperial family get through it smoothly. And, after this calamity, let's change the clan leader. Alright. While the Eastern Endless royal family was in turmoil, the Western Endless kingdom was not peaceful either. The news of Gu Juejiu's defeat spread throughout the West Endless world, causing everyone to question Gu Juejiu. Was he still the strongest in the world? Some ambitious forces began to unite and prepare to overthrow the rule of Gu Juejiu. This made Gu Juejiu very angry, so he started to clean up the mess. Comparatively speaking, Nan Wujin was relatively calm. With the addition of a cardinal heaven, Hunyuan Heaven's strength soared. They easily swept away all the experts in the southern Endless region and conquered an Endless region before Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji was not in a hurry to unify the northern Endless continent. His attitude was quite open-minded, and he advocated for the various worlds to surrender. As long as the Sword Emperor Divine Court's resources and regulations were attractive enough, it would only be a matter of time before it unified the northern boundless continent. The most important thing was that the Sword Emperor Divine Court was developing too quickly, and its foundation was not sufficient. It was unable to swallow the entire northern boundless continent in one go. At that time, just the expenditure of resources would be enough to bring down the Sword Emperor Divine Court. Zhou Xuanji had already established a righteous and benevolent image. He could not break it himself. While the northern Endless region was still developing and unifying, Zhou Xuanji came to the lawless region. He took the map that Yuan Cheng gave him and moved forward, looking for the ancestral Buddha's place of worship. After flying for 8 days, he still had not found the ancestral Buddha's place of worship, nor had he caught a glimpse of the qi of the mortal world. He began to question Yuan Cheng's intelligence. It couldn't be fake, right? Zhou Xuanji stopped on an asteroid and looked at the map, thinking seriously. This kind of map seemed very blurry, but as long as one probed it with his divine sense, a three-dimensional and magnificent illusory map would appear in his mind. The Creator had used his mind to create it and condensed his memories. Divine swords appeared out of thin air and overlapped to form a sword chair. He sat on it and continued to observe. In the distance, a flame appeared in the darkness of the universe. This ball of fire surged and quickly condensed into a human shape. He looked at Zhou Xuanji from afar and called out, "Hey, this way." Zhou Xuanji looked up and raised his brow slightly. Who was this? The flaming man turned around and left. Zhou Xuanji hesitated for a moment before he followed. He used the sword fusion technique in case there was an ambush ahead. The flaming man's flying speed became faster and faster, and soon reached a speed that even some undead realm experts would find hard to match. Zhou Xuanji had no choice but to enter spiritless mode and follow the fireman in spacetime. The burning man did not stop either, as though he knew that Zhou Xuanji was following him. After flying for an hour, the man on fire dived into a blue vortex, and Zhou Xuanji jumped in as well. In the next second, Zhou Xuanji appeared and found himself in an independent world. Spiritual energy was abundant, and the great Tao was rich. There were giant mountains in the horizon that seemed to connect heaven and earth. It was extremely imposing. The man on fire was nowhere to be seen. "Come here." The ancestor Buddha's voice came suddenly, and Zhou Xuanji's heart jolted. How did this guy know he was coming? Could it be that the disappearance of Hongqian Supreme and Shen Yanqing was arranged by Buddha ancestor? Zhou Xuanji thought as he flew forward. There was a temple among the mountains, radiating a golden radiance like a Buddhist holy land. It was hard to ignore. Zhou Xuanji landed in the courtyard. Looking at the gate of the temple in front, he asked, "Senior, did the 2 Hongqian gods come to find you?" "Yes, they are right next to you." The ancestor Buddha's voice came, and Zhou Xuanji looked around in shock. "Where is there?" There was no one in the courtyard except for a big tree and some flowers. His gaze suddenly locked onto the 2 red flowers that were intertwined. Could it be? He immediately frowned, and his eyes turned cold. He looked back at the gate and asked, "Senior, what do you mean?" Clang, the gate opened, and the ancestor Buddha, who was wearing a golden kasaya, walked out. He looked even older than before. He walked up to the steps and said calmly, "The destiny tribulation of Hongmeng heaven has arrived. You will face it too. Not only you, but sovereign heaven and Hunyuan heaven will too." Zhou Xuanji asked in confusion, "What destiny tribulation is it?" There was a destiny tribulation in the post-ancient sovereign 3 heavens? Who could cast such a destiny tribulation? Ancient sovereign? Progenitor? You should know that Sovereign Heaven, Hunyuan Heaven, and Hongmeng Heaven are formed from 3 heavenly laws. The heavenly laws' rules are below the Great Tao. They offended the Great Tao and have always been wary of them. Every long period of time, all the Great Tao will rebel and destroy the 3 transcendent heavenly laws. The ancestor Buddha did not hide anything, and Zhou Xuanji's frown deepened. Great Tao? What a joke! At their level, what could the Great Tao do to them? The heavenly law could create the post-ancient sovereign 3 heavens, so why can't the Great Tao? You must know that the Great Tao is formed from the ancient sovereign's will, the ancestor Buddha said casually. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. The Great Tao is the ancient sovereign's will? Didn't that mean that the ancient sovereign did not die? He had only fused with the boundless universe. The boundless universe could not be separated from the Great Tao. Without the Great Tao, the boundless universe would collapse. The rules would be destroyed, and spacetime would be thrown into disorder. Except for those at the imperishable realm, no living creature could survive. Even the sovereign would be crushed in the chaotic spacetime. Zhou Xuanji did not dare to think further. If the ancient sovereign did not die, he would be spying on all living creatures at every moment. Just thinking about it made Zhou Xuanji shudder. The reason why the cardinal heaven fell at its peak was because Hunyuan Heaven and Hongmeng Heaven were destroyed by the destiny calamity. He could not do anything alone, the ancestor Buddha continued to speak, pulling Zhou Xuanji's thoughts back to reality. Hunyuan Heaven and Cardinal Heaven, which were on par with the Cardinal Heaven at their peak, were destroyed by the destiny calamity. Zhou Xuanji could not help but ask, then why did you turn them into flowers? The ancestor Buddha shook his head and said, it's not me. They felt uneasy and came to me. I'm the only one who survived the death of 3 heavens. I know some ways to avoid the calamity. Why didn't the destiny calamity go to the Cardinal Heaven and Hunyuan Heaven? Why them? Zhou Xuanji asked. He felt that it did not make sense. The ancestor Buddha glanced at him and said meaningfully, how do you know that they did not go to the Cardinal Heaven and Hunyuan Heaven? Don't you want to know why they banded together? Zhou Xuanji was silent. He took a deep breath and asked, how can I help them? Have you already cultivated the Tao of extermination? The ancestor Buddha asked with a passionate gaze. His expression became complicated. Zhou Xuanji nodded without hesitation. The ancestor Buddha knew the ancestral voice, which meant that he was half an inheritor of the unconstitutional Creation Sutra. You deal with the destiny calamity of 3 heavens. As long as you succeed, you will receive benefits that you can't even imagine, the ancestor Buddha said solemnly. Chapter 1038. Fate Tribulation. Zhou Xuanji frowned, but he did not resist too much. After all, he also had the identity of Hongmeng Heaven. If there really was a 3 days fate tribulation, he would definitely be targeted by it. However, he was hesitating about when to attack the 3 life tribulations. He did not want to help Cardinal Heaven and Hunyuan Heaven. It would be best to wait for these 2 fellows to die before dealing with the 3 fate tribulations. He looked up at the ancestral Buddha and asked, can you restore them to their original forms? The ancestor Buddha shook his head, I didn't turn them into this. On the contrary, without my help, they would have lost consciousness. Zhou Xuanji frowned again. He suddenly felt that talking to the ancestral Buddha was very tiring. Seeing that he was silent, the ancestral Buddha sensed that something was amiss. The 3 days have been affecting them and absorbing their fate. They had no choice but to come to me. If I want to help them recover, I have to defeat the 3 days. At most, in 1,000 years, their souls will scatter. Given your strength, you won't be able to defeat the 3 fated tribulations. You must join forces with Cardinal Heaven and Hunyuan Heaven. According to my estimation, the 3 fated tribulations have already gone to find Cardinal Heaven and Hunyuan Heaven. If you rush over now, you may be able to form an alliance between the three heavens. Up until now, the three fate tribulations have only defeated the three heavens one by one. When the three heavens join hands, the tribulations won't dare to show themselves. The ancestral Buddha spoke tirelessly, trying to give Zhou Xuanji confidence. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "Do you think I can survive 3 days of fate retribution with my power?" Ancestor Buddha replied calmly, "Of course there is. You have mastered the path of annihilation, so you have the ability to annihilate everything. You are the most suitable person to deal with the 3 life tribulations." Zhou Xuanji began to think about the pros and cons. He was no longer the same as before, but in terms of fighting ability, he was still inferior to a cardinal heaven expert. His true strength lay in the godless state. That's all I have to say. Think about it yourself. The ancestral Buddha turned around and returned to the temple. There was a loud bang. The gate closed. The courtyard returned to silence. Zhou Xuanji turned to look at the 2 flowers formed by Mortal Sovereign and Shun Nianqing. He sighed softly. Forget it. He immediately jumped out of this world, entered the spiritless state, and quickly flew towards the north. He didn't immediately head to southern infinity as the 3 heavenly tribulations wouldn't descend so soon. If he wanted to find Cardinal Heaven and Hunyuan Heaven, he would have to rely on the Sword Emperor Divine Court's intelligence network. Yuan Cheng had already arranged for living beings to head to the other 3 directions to monitor their movements. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. After returning to the multi-star domain, Zhou Xuanji summoned Yuan Cheng straightaway. He told Yuan Cheng about the origin of the 3-day fate tribulation, which left Yuan Cheng speechless. There was such a secret? Yuan Cheng cupped his fists together and said, "Master, give me some time. I will first get someone to contact Hunyuan Heaven. Southern Wujin is very peaceful now, and the 3 days of tribulation should not have come yet." He also knew that Zhou Xuanji was in Hongmeng Heaven and could not avoid this tribulation. Since that was the case, it was not impossible to join forces with the enemy. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He was in no hurry. Since he couldn't find the 3 days of tribulation, he could only wait for it to appear. By the way, my lord, many black holes have appeared in the lawless region. Our scouts saw many huge primordial fierce beasts appearing. They seem to be gathering in a certain place. They are too powerful, so the scouts don't dare to approach. Yuan Cheng continued. Speaking of this, he frowned. The lawless region was a great enemy of the Sword Emperor Divine Court. It was a stone hanging over his heart. Also, we found traces of the lawless fire god. My lord, I think we can rope him in. I heard that he has enemies in the lawless region, Yuan Cheng chuckled. Thinking of the lawless fire god's horrifying cultivation, he felt a burning passion in his heart. With the support of such a powerful cultivator, even if the ancient geniuses came again, they would have a way to stop them. Zhou Xuanji could not help but think back to the days he spent with the lawless fire god. The lawless fire god was powerful indeed. He was the most powerful being he had ever seen. Even the sword emperors of the future and the ancient geniuses might not be as powerful as the lawless fire god. If he could rope him in, come to think of it, Zhou Xuanji and the lawless fire god were related. It was because the lawless fire god could help him cultivate the constitution-defying Creation Sutra. You want me to find him? Zhou Xuanji asked. Yuan Cheng nodded with a smile. The lawless fire god is currently residing in a place. Do you want to go? Zhou Xuanji replied, sure. I will rest for a few days, and you can bring me there. If he could rope in the lawless fire god, that would be a good thing. Yuan Cheng heard him and immediately beamed with joy. Suddenly, a white stripe appeared in the absolute darkness. It was as though a piece of black cloth was torn apart, and a horrifying silhouette stepped out slowly. He was muscular and wore black armor. Behind him was a cloak that was condensed from green flames. He walked forward, and a giant sword appeared in his right hand out of nowhere. The blade was bronze in color, and its edge was serrated. You rebel against the heavenly law. You shall be executed. He spoke slowly. His hoarse voice was filled with boundless murderous intent. Boom! He suddenly transformed into a stream of white light and dashed forward, tearing apart the darkness and disappearing without a trace. At the same time, Nan Wujin. In a dark palace, the Cardinal Heaven opened his eyes suddenly. This aura. What's going on? Could it be him? He mumbled with fear on his face. He stood up immediately. Just when he was about to move, a silhouette appeared in the palace. It was Hunyuan Heaven. Hunyuan Heaven was shrouded in black chi like a tornado. Only a pair of crimson eyes could be seen. The life retribution of the 3 days is here. Get ready. Hunyuan Heaven spoke with a grave tone. The Cardinal Heaven frowned and asked, so fast? It shouldn't be. Find a way to deal with him first. As for why it's so fast, it's no longer important, Hunyuan Heaven replied. The Cardinal Heaven took a deep breath and nodded. The two disappeared from the palace. In the pure white spacetime tunnel, Yuan Cheng looked around excitedly. He asked with admiration, My lord, your godly emotionless state has already surpassed the ancients. What kind of attainment is this? It was so fast that time and space stopped. Nothing existed. Yeah. Zhou Xuanji nodded slightly as he looked ahead. Suddenly, he felt a little uneasy as though a disaster was coming. He suddenly understood why Shen Yanqing was so afraid in her previous life. This feeling of uneasiness was indeed a little scary. It was as though death was coming, but there was nothing he could do about it. How strong is the life retribution of the 3 days? Zhou Xuanji curiously thought in his heart. He wasn't in a hurry. If the life retribution of the 3 days came for him, he could avoid it. If it came for Cardinal Heaven and Hunyuan Heaven, those two guys could definitely hold on for some time. As the uneasiness grew, Zhou Xuanji felt that he might be the first target of the life retribution of the 3 days. After flying for a while, he suddenly exited the godly emotionless state with Yuan Cheng. In the next second, they came to the impassable area. Lead the way, Zhou Xuanji instructed. Yuan Cheng nodded and flew to the front, leading the way for him. Chapter 1039. As Yuan Cheng flew, he communicated with his subordinates with a spell. He sent someone to follow Lawless Fire God. To not be discovered by Lawless Fire God, that person maintained a distance from him. After flying for about 2 hours, they met up with the scout. The scout turned into a black smoke and could not be discovered by the naked eye. He greeted Zhou Xuanji first and said, Lawless Fire God is just ahead. He has already sensed my presence but did not attack me or leave. I'm afraid that he is waiting for your majesty. In the Sword Emperor Divine Court, everyone addressed Zhou Xuanji as his majesty. It was reasonable for an emperor to address him as his majesty. You can wait here. Zhou Xuanji waved his sleeves and left so quickly that Yuan Cheng could not even speak. The scout looked at Yuan Cheng and asked hesitantly, Don't we need to follow? Yuan Cheng threw him a stare and said unpleasantly, Can we help our master? The scout was embarrassed. Get lost. Pay more attention to your cultivation. If it were other targets, they would be dead already. Yuan Cheng snorted. The scout bowed and left immediately. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji could already see Lawless Fire God. Lawless Fire God levitated deep in the universe with his wings wrapped around his body. He was like a massive sun, and the surrounding asteroids were as tiny as grains of sand before him. Senior, long time no see, Zhou Xuanji said. He finally understood that Lawless Fire God was waiting for him on purpose. It's not that long. To me, it's just the blink of an eye. Lawless Fire God replied. He did not look up but continued to curl up without moving. Zhou Xuanji went straight to the point and said, Senior, the Lawless region and the Boundless universe will fight sooner or later. Join me. If the Sword Emperor God Court can unify the Boundless universe, I will become the court's divine beast and enjoy boundless fate. Divine beast? The Lawless Flame God laughed. His laughter was cold. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. Did he say something wrong? What right do you have to unify the endless universe? Lawless Fire God asked. Zhou Xuanji replied, I learned the Constitution-defying Creation Sutra. I'm over 10,000 years old and have already dominated the northern endless universe. Lawless Fire God was silent. I also learned the Tao of Annihilation. Since ancient times, only a few people have the same cultivation as me. The last one was Ancient Sovereign, Zhou Xuanji continued. Boom! The Lawless Fire God spread its wings and a sea of fire engulfed the universe. Zhou Xuanji's purple robe fluttered in the wind as he looked at him calmly, unmoved. As soon as the flames got close to him, they automatically extinguished themselves, not causing him any harm. The Tao of Extermination. He even learned the Tao of Annihilation. Why? How did you do it? The uncontrollable Fire God asked agitatedly. Zhou Xuanji did not hide anything. In fact, he also had some doubts about this matter. He transmigrated to the future and learned the path of extinction from his descendants. His descendants learned the path of extermination from him. The cycle of karma did not make sense. The only explanation was that the Tao of extermination came from the progenitor. When he was being imparted by the Sword Emperor, the spirit of the Founder Master also imparted the Tao of extermination to him. Other than this, he couldn't think of any other reason. Future generations. Spirit of the primogenitor, the Lawless Flame God mumbled to himself with a trembling voice. No one knew what he was thinking about. He got close to Zhou Xuanji and asked coldly with a sharp gaze, Do you mean what you said? Of course. I have enemies too. Aren't you afraid that I'll get involved? Help me destroy the enemy, I'll help you destroy the enemy, a win-win situation. It was not strange for the Lawless Fire God to have enemies. If he did not have enemies, he would not have been sealed. Moreover, the Lawless Fire God had not caused any commotion for so long, which meant that he was wary of something. Zhou Xuanji also had many enemies, so he was not afraid of one more. If he could take in the Lawless Fire God, the Sword Emperor Divine Court would become even more powerful. In the process of conquering the other endless universes, they would continue to expand. There were pros and cons. Zhou Xuanji dared to take the risk. Okay, you will be my master in the future. The Lawless Fire God said with a deep voice. After that, he suddenly let out a long cry. His voice was so deafening that even the deaf could hear it. Zhou Xuanji was enchanted by it and instinctively covered his head. Just how powerful was this guy's cultivation? The Lawless Fire God roared for 10 breaths of time before shutting up. Land on my head. Bring me to kill the enemies. The Lawless Fire God said. Hearing him, Zhou Xuanji leaped up and landed on the Lawless Fire God's head. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, Great, let's go to Southern Infinity. The Lawless Fire God immediately spread his wings and soared. He was extremely fast and disappeared from this universe in an instant. Yuan Cheng came late. He looked around in fear and cried out, Master. He thought that something had happened to Zhou Xuanji. The Lawless Fire God's long cry was so horrifying. Go back. I've already subdued the Lawless Fire God. Let's go to Southern Infinity now and wait for my good news. Zhou Xuanji's voice came into his ears. Yuan Cheng was stunned. So fast? Could the lawless fire god be plotting something? Southern Infinity. A massive fireball flew over from the depths of the dark universe. It was as massive as the sun, and all the stars along the way were crushed by its aura. Zhou Xuanji stood on the lawless fire god's head and said with a frown, "Don't be so barbaric. There's no need to kill the innocent. TSK, this is quite similar to Sovereign Hidden Heart." The lawless fire god curled his lip and snorted. Although he sounded displeased, he still kept his aura. Even so, the space around him still rippled visibly. Along the way, Zhou Xuanji began to admire the scenery of Southern Infinity. At first glance, there was not much difference between Southern Infinity and Northern Infinity. But upon closer inspection, one would realize that the great worlds here were densely packed. Each great world nurtured countless living beings. Some great worlds were like the Kunlun Origin Court. They formed their own pyramids and existed independently, protected by innate rules. Stop! A loud and domineering cry came. It had the power to suppress one's soul. Zhou Xuanji looked over with squinted eyes and saw a god in golden armor dashing toward him. He was only 6 meters tall but held a 30-meter-long spear in his hand. The cloak behind him danced wildly like flames. Humph! The lawless fire god snorted coldly and opened his mouth suddenly. Boom! The god's expression changed drastically. Before he could react, he was swallowed by the lawless fire god. Zhou Xuanji shook his head. He thought that the god was a powerful cultivator, but he died just like that. The lawless fire god opened his mouth and breathed out a mouthful of smoke. He continued to lead Zhou Xuanji forward without any hesitation. It seemed that the boundless universe was incomparable to the lawless region in his heart. Zhou Xuanji was even more curious about the deep waters of the lawless region. After he returned, he had to ask the lawless fire god. At this moment, a vast and boundless aura descended. Zhou Xuanji's expression changed slightly. So powerful. He was not inferior to sovereign heavens or ancient geniuses. Hunyuan Heaven. I was wondering who it was. So it's the lawless fire god. Why did you come to my Southern Infinity to cause trouble? An ancient voice came from Hunyuan Heaven, and no one could tell where it came from. Chapter 1040. In the face of Hunyuan Heaven's provocation, Wuwei Fire God smiled disdainfully. Hunyuan Heaven, you and I know who is hiding. My little master is looking for you, so show yourself. Little master, Zhou Xuanji's mouth twitched, but he did not retort. After all, even the fire god wanted face. Calling him little master was definitely better than directly calling him master. The universe was silent. After a while, Hunyuan Heaven appeared. His entire body was shrouded in turbid qi, and only his eyes could be seen. He appeared mysterious and terrifying. He asked in confusion, "Little master? What do you mean? Are you related to his master?" The lawless fire god snorted. He obtained the inheritance of Hidden Heart revered. What do you think? Wholehearted sovereign. As if struck by lightning, the turbid qi around Hunyuan Heaven began to riot. How could this be? He fell into silence again. He knew about the Hidden Heart revered, an existence that was extremely far away. They were also extremely powerful existences. Gu Zun once said that among the grand beginning almighties, devoted mind sovereign was among the top 5. However, the Hidden Heart exalted had already fallen for countless eons, so how could there be an inheritor? Could it be the inheritance bestowed by the fire god? That was the only possibility. Sword Emperor, what business do you have with me? Hunyuan Heaven asked as he looked at Zhou Xuanji. His tone was somewhat complicated. Now, Zhou Xuanji was on equal footing with him. He had never seen such a genius before. The speed of his rise was simply too fast. Not just strength, but also influence. Moreover, Zhou Xuanji was in Hongmeng heaven, which made Hunyuan heaven feel even worse. However, no matter how unbearable it was definitely not as unbearable as a cardinal heaven expert. Zhou Xuanji climbed up by stepping on sovereign heaven cultivators. The 3 heavenly tribulations are coming. You should know about it, right? Zhou Xuanji said straightforwardly. He had to destroy the 3 fate tribulations first before he could dominate the world with peace of mind. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if the 3 fate tribulations suddenly found him during the battle. Hunyuan heaven nodded and said, "That's right, he has already infiltrated the southern region and will soon find us. Do you want to join hands with us?" If they could obtain Zhou Xuanji and Wu Fire God's help, their chances of victory would be greater. The 3 heavens fate tribulation was not simple. He had once died in the hands of a 3 heavens fate tribulation. Fortunately, he had retained a trace of his soul. Otherwise, Hunyuan heaven would be another heavenly Tao. Zhou Xuanji chuckled and said, "That's right, but I hope that we can come to an agreement. After the battle, no matter who is injured, no one is allowed to attack him. We will fight for the endless universe in the future." Hunyuan heaven answered without the slightest hesitation, "Of course. The battle of the 3 heavens has always been open and aboveboard, and we will never play dirty tricks." The fame of the later archaic supreme 3 heavens came from their mutual appreciation for each other, from the fact that they were evenly matched. There were so many legends, but not a single one mentioned their scheming. It was precisely because of their open and aboveboard battles and strength that they were able to shake the world and become legends in history. Can you find one of the 3 fate tribulations? Let's do it. Don't give him a chance to get stronger. Zhou Xuanji asked. From his perspective, he was not in a hurry to act after the 3 fate tribulations appeared because he was accumulating energy. He often had such thoughts in the past. If he was strong enough, how could he allow his target to live longer? Hunyuan Tian nodded. "Follow me." With that, he turned around and left at an extremely fast speed. Zhou Xuanji immediately activated Godly Void mode and chased after him with Lawless Fire God. Lawless Fire God was shocked and asked, "Your Godly Void mode is already so profound?" Zhou Xuanji replied calmly, "It's all right. Since ancient times, not many people's Godly Void mode can compare to mine." Lawless Fire God rolled his eyes, which was very similar to a mortal's. Zhou Xuanji knew that Hunyuan heaven wanted to test his strength. This dog was traveling at full speed. If not for his Godly Void mode, he might have been left behind by Hunyuan heaven. That would have been too embarrassing. Under Godly Void mode, Zhou Xuanji could accurately sense Hunyuan heaven's aura. Hunyuan heaven looked back as he traveled. He could not see Zhou Xuanji's silhouette, nor could he sense Zhou Xuanji's aura. "Did I lose him?" He mumbled to himself, his tone a little strange. Even if Zhou Xuanji could not keep up, Lawless Fire God should be able to. "I'm in another space. Don't mind me, I'll follow you." Zhou Xuanji's voice came, and Hunyuan heaven's heart trembled. This, Godly Void mode? Hunyuan heaven sped up immediately. He knew that Godly Void mode was a special divine ability that transcended time and space. It was untraceable and belonged to the primordial immemorial divine ability. In the current world, only a few people knew it. Even if they knew it, they could not be like Zhou Xuanji, who could not be detected at all. He had really underestimated Zhou Xuanji. Boom! In the dark universe, countless lightning bolts interweaved, and the billowing fog billowed. Red and purple radiances flickered in the clouds, as though something horrifying was hiding within. The cardinal heaven appeared far away with a deep frown. No one knew what he was thinking. At this moment, Hunyuan heaven came to his side and said, "The Sword Emperor and Lawless Fire God are here to help us." Having heard that, the Cardinal Heaven opened his eyes wide in astonishment. He had thought of looking for Zhou Xuanji, but what was up with Lawless Fire God? Lawless Fire God has already acknowledged the Sword Emperor as his master, and the Sword Emperor has received sovereign dedication's inheritance, Hunyuan Heaven explained. The Cardinal Heaven's face darkened. He had always wanted to seek revenge on Zhou Xuanji. But now, why did he feel that Zhou Xuanji would surpass him in terms of personal power soon? The more he thought about it, the more upset he felt. A wave of flames descended from the sky and landed behind them. It was Lawless Fire God. Sensing the scorching heat behind him, the Cardinal Heaven looked back. Cardinal Heaven, do you still remember me? Lawless Fire God asked mockingly. When the Cardinal Heaven was the overlord, he had ventured into the lawless region, and they had interacted before. The Cardinal Heaven took a deep breath and said, "Of course. Congratulations on your escape." Lawless Fire God burst into laughter and did not speak further. Is he in front? Zhou Xuanji asked. He could sense a majestic aura growing stronger. Indeed. The 3-day fate retribution was still being nurtured. Yeah, he seems to have obtained some ultimate treasure, the Cardinal Heaven nodded with a grave expression. The most important thing now was how to get rid of the 3-day fate retribution. Let's attack. Lawless Fire God said impatiently. Their lineup was enough to sweep across the universe. Why should they be afraid of the 3-day fate retribution? After that, he opened his mouth, and billowing flames charged toward Zhou Xuanji in a domineering manner. The temperature of the entire universe rose abruptly. The lightning was unstoppable, and the clouds dispersed. Lawless Fire God's flames soon engulfed the radiance. The Cardinal Heaven and Hunyuan Heaven acted immediately. Zhou Xuanji took out his suppressive legendary sword and activated Heavenly Sword Descent. Boundless divine energy was injected into the Sword of Light that was formed above him. The Sword of Light was massive and fell straight down. Boom! The light that was surrounded began to dim but did not disappear. A horrifying aura suddenly exploded. If the heavenly law is defied, the great Tao shall be eliminated, a voice filled with hatred resounded, like a devil that had suffered endless torture and pain. Chapter 1041. Looks like he can do it. Let's kill him. Lawless Fire God snorted coldly. After that, he suddenly charged forward, and Zhou Xuanji felt that he was stepping on air. However, the Fire God did not bring him along. Perhaps he was afraid that something would happen to him. Cardinal Heaven and Hunyuan Heaven followed suit. The three of them unleashed their divine arts and blasted the light in the clouds in front of them. The universe was blasted until it collapsed. Hunyuan Heaven waved his left hand, attacking while repairing the universe. Nan Wujin was currently his territory, so he naturally couldn't allow Nan Wujin to collapse. Once the universe collapsed, if it wasn't stopped, it would gradually expand until the entire universe was annihilated. It was fine if it was a battle between ordinary living beings since the universe could repair itself. However, the three of them were extremely powerful. Zhou Xuanji did not remain idle and continuously unleashed divine abilities. Heavenly Sword Descent. Great Chaos Sword Shadow. Great Enlightenment God Slash. Suppressing the Universe. Delusion Sword Sea. Under the barrage of attacks from Zhou Xuanji and the others, the aura of the 3 days' fate calamity became weaker and weaker, but he continued to roar, filled with hatred. If this continued, he would definitely perish in the 3 heavens tribulation. Everything went smoothly. It was so smooth that Zhou Xuanji felt a little unreal. However, Cardinal Heaven, Hunyuan Heaven, and the Fire God were indeed ridiculously strong. Throughout history, it was the first time that the 3 heavenly tribulations had faced such a powerful enemy. It was normal for them to lose. Under the siege, the light grew weaker and weaker, defying the heavenly Tao. The great Tao must be eliminated. The voice filled with hatred suddenly exploded. It was even louder than before, and Zhou Xuanji was shaken into a daze. Rumble, a terrifying shockwave exploded out, turning into a white light that swept out in all directions. The lawless fire god, Cardinal Heaven and Hunyuan Heaven were all pushed back. This power, Cardinal Heaven experts widened their eyes in horror. The unstoppable fire god's eyes narrowed. Hunyuan Tian's figure blurred, transforming into a black mist that engulfed the light from all directions. Go! His voice was heard, and the Cardinal Heaven and lawless fire god immediately rushed forward. The unstoppable fire god transformed into his human form, and the two of them entered the black mist. Zhou Xuanji hesitated and wondered if he should follow. Don't go. A familiar voice sounded. It came from his body. Spirit of the primogenitor Lord. Zhou Xuanji asked in his heart, why? The spirit of the first Lord answered, I can sense the aura of the constitutional defying creation scripture and the path of extinction. What? Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes wide, and his heart was overwhelmed with shock. How could the three fated tribulations master these two supreme Daos? Wait a minute. Could it be Guzun? The primogenitors will become the great Tao of the endless universe, and the three heavenly tribulations were the convergence of the primogenitor's will? At the thought of this, Zhou Xuanji's heart grew heavier. Wasn't challenging Guzun in the boundless universe the same as courting death? Is there no way to kill him? Zhou Xuanji asked in his mind. Even if he didn't kill them, they would still kill him. The primogenitor's spirit replied, yes, but with your strength, it's impossible. Just wait and see. These three might have a chance of winning. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes. He really wanted to strangle the primogenitor master's spirit. After talking for half a day, it was all nonsense. The battle continued. Zhou Xuanji observed the battle quietly. The auras of the boundless fire god, Cardinal Heaven and Hunyuan Heaven were all very strong, and it was difficult to tell which was better. It should be said that they were three different extremes. Cardinal Heaven experts were evil and tyrannical. Hunyuan Heaven was vast and boundless. The fire god was fiery and unyielding. Zhou Xuanji began to sense their auras and chanted the ancestral voice from the depths of his soul. Shockwaves spread out from the black fog ahead, shaking the universe. However, they did not cause any damage to the universe. Gradually, some creatures with powerful cultivations were attracted over. One of them flew to Zhou Xuanji's side and asked, fellow Taoist, what's going on? This person was also at the imperishable stage, so he was not afraid of Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and said, Hunyuan Heaven and Cardinal Heaven are fighting. I advise you to leave immediately. No matter where, there were people who were not afraid of death and loved to join in the fun. Double heavens. The person cried out in shock with his eyes wide open. In an instant, the other imperishable realm experts in the distance flashed to their side. What's going on? Did someone attack Nan Wujin? Fellow Taoist, are you the first spectator here? What happened before? Such a terrifying aura. We can't compare. The chaos of war has finally spread to Nan Wujin. Zhou Xuanji was speechless as he listened to the discussions around him. Did these guys have nothing better to do? They came so close to him. At this moment, a powerful cultivator dressed like a Taoist looked at Zhou Xuanji and asked in confusion, fellow Taoist, why haven't I seen you before? The others heard him and looked at Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes and said, you finally realized that I'm a stranger? Having heard that, the powerful cultivators backed off immediately and took out their enchanted artifacts to prepare for battle. I'm Zhou Xuanji from the Sword Emperor Divine Court. Have you heard of me? Zhou Xuanji asked with a faint smile. The powerful cultivators were shocked. Now, other than the old monsters who were always in closed-door cultivation, who had not heard of the Sword Emperor? He was a peerless overlord who could rival ancient geniuses. Why are you here? One of them asked anxiously. Could it be that the Sword Emperor Divine Court was preparing to invade Nanwujin? Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, all of you, get out of the way. This is a matter of the post-ancient sovereign Three Heavens. I'm here to help Hunyuan Heaven. He turned and looked at the black mist in the distance. The powerful cultivators looked at each other, not knowing whether to believe him or not. But since Zhou Xuanji did not attack them, they could not act recklessly. If North Wujin and South Wujin's plan to work together was foiled by them, they would be sinners. The black mist billowed violently. Powerful shockwaves swept out from time to time, which was extremely horrifying. Zhou Xuanji could not determine the situation and could only wait patiently. It should be fine for the three of them to work together, Zhou Xuanji thought worriedly. If the Fire God, Cardinal Heaven, and Hunyuan Heaven could not kill the fate retribution of the Three Heavens, it would be a nightmare for him. The battle continued. Sometime later, the black mist suddenly exploded, and the Cardinal Heaven cultivator flew out from within. He quickly steadied himself and tried to adjust his aura. His hair was disheveled, and he looked disheveled. He looked back at the powerful cultivators around Zhou Xuanji and roared furiously, "What are you looking at? Go and seal this universe. Or else South Wujin will be destroyed." The powerful cultivators were frightened and quickly left. If it were any other time, they might have fought with the Cardinal Heaven cultivator. But now that the situation was urgent, they had no choice but to follow the Cardinal Heaven's order. "Is there anything I can do?" Zhou Xuanji asked. "Just watch." The Cardinal Heaven snorted. After that, he charged into the black mist again. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and continued to watch. "Save me, you must save me," a faintly discernible voice came into Zhou Xuanji's ears. He frowned deeply. This voice, the fate retribution of the Three Heavens. "Save me. If you don't save me, the boundless universe will be destroyed, and all lives will die." The voice came again, but Zhou Xuanji was unmoved. These words were not convincing at all. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 1042. Zhou Xuanji ignored the voice and waited patiently. He didn't want to know the secrets of the 3 days' fate retribution so that it wouldn't affect his judgment. But no matter what, the 3 heavenly tribulations had already affected the safety of mortal sovereign, Shen Nianxing, and him. The battle continued. After about an hour, the terrifying pressure that enveloped this part of the universe gradually weakened. The result seemed to be coming out. A ball of fiery light dashed out from the clouds and came before Zhou Xuanji quickly. It was the lawless fire god. He quickly turned into a massive firebird and came to Zhou Xuanji's feet. After turning around, Zhou Xuanji landed on his head. "How's the situation?" Zhou Xuanji asked. The uneasiness in his heart had disappeared. It seemed that things had been resolved smoothly. The lawless fire god replied, "That guy is dead for sure. It's just that Hunyuan Heaven and Cardinal Heaven will have a dispute, and it will probably be a while longer." "Controversy? What dispute?" Zhou Xuanji asked curiously. Lawless fire god shook his head. "They want to take the life core of the tribulations to make themselves stronger." He turned around and left with Zhou Xuanji. "Should we rob them?" Zhou Xuanji asked with interest. Lawless fire god snorted, "Snatch what? They're courting death. Don't go." After saying this, he sped up, his divine energy covering Zhou Xuanji, not allowing him to turn and leave. Zhou Xuanji did not know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't really want to snatch it. The 3-day fate tribulation was most likely the manifestation of the ancient sovereign's will. What if it was devoured by the ancient sovereign? Zhou Xuanji had seen such things many times. Let's not return to the north first. Let's head to the lawless region. I want to look for the ancestral Buddha. Zhou Xuanji instructed. The 3 fate tribulations had been eliminated. It was time to bring the mortal sovereign sisters home. Ancestral Buddha? Do you know where that kid is? Lawless Fire God asked curiously. Zhou Xuanji nodded and looked ahead. In front of the temple gate. Zhou Xuanji looked at the 2 flowers and smiled. The unstoppable fire god was waiting for him outside the realm. It seemed as though the fire god and the ancestor Buddha had an unhappy relationship. The fire god did not wish to meet the ancestor Buddha. Why did you bring him here? The voice of the ancestor Buddha rang out. There was a tinge of anger in it. Zhou Xuanji squatted down and said softly, "Don't mind him. How can we restore the sisters to their original state? The 3-day fate calamity has been destroyed, so they won't be in danger anymore." Are you sure? The ancestor Buddha asked. Yes. Hearing Zhou Xuanji's reply, the ancestor Buddha fell into silence. Boom! The doors suddenly opened, and the ancestor Buddha quickly walked out. He came to Zhou Xuanji's side and grabbed Zhou Xuanji's right hand. Zhou Xuanji frowned and asked, "What is it?" Ancestor Buddha frowned and asked, "Did the 3 karmas communicate with you?" Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji remembered the voice he heard and nodded. "No, it asked me for help, but I ignored it." "It's not communication," he continued. Hearing that, the ancestral Buddha heaved a sigh of relief. He said seriously, "Fortunately, you didn't answer. Then it seems that the curse of the fate of 3 days has fallen on other living beings. No matter what, this trial has been resolved." With a wave of his right hand, the 2 small flowers in front of Zhou Xuanji quickly grew bigger. With a flash of light, Mortal Sovereign and Shen Nianqing appeared. They were wearing the long dresses that Zhou Xuanji had given them. They were beautiful and moving, and as they slowly opened their eyes, they looked like goddesses waking up. When they saw Zhou Xuanji, they were stunned before looking at the ancestor Buddha in confusion. "The calamity is over. You can go back with him now," Ancestor Buddha said calmly. Mortal Sovereign and Shen Nianqing were pleasantly surprised. They immediately bowed and thanked him. "Thank you, Senior Ancestor Buddha." Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes and said, "What are you thanking him for?" "I brought people to destroy the fate of 3 days. He was just knocking on the wooden fish here." As soon as he said this, the 2 girls looked up at him in surprise. The corner of the ancestor Buddha's mouth twitched. He flicked his sleeves and walked toward the gate of the temple, leaving behind a sentence, "Leave this place as soon as possible, lest you bring me more disasters. Zhou Xuanji, the calamity in the endless universe has just begun. As the overlord of a region, you bear the brunt of it. Take care." As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared from the temple. With a loud bang, the gate closed again. Zhou Xuanji didn't think much about it. Instead, he looked at the 2 girls and said seriously, "You didn't look for me when you encountered danger, but you are helping outsiders." Mortal Sovereign frowned and sighed, "We don't want to implicate you." Even now, they still felt that it was unreal. "Let's go home." Zhou Xuanji shook his head with a smile. With a wave of his right hand, he took the 2 girls away. He returned to Lawless Fire's head, and Lawless Fire immediately flew toward the north. The 2 girls were frightened by Lawless Fire under their feet. Zhou Xuanji briefly introduced him to them. "Humph, so you did it for 2 girls. What a joke," Lawless Fire snorted coldly. The 2 girls felt a little awkward. Zhou Xuanji ignored Lawless Fire. After spending some time with him, he realized that Lawless Fire had a sharp tongue. Compared to when they first met, this guy talked a lot, and his words were filled with thorns. He must have been holding it in for too long. After returning to the star's domain, lawless fire shrunk into a sun and began to sleep. This was good. Zhou Xuanji didn't have to settle him down. After returning to the star's palace, Zhou Xuanji summoned Jincheng. Jincheng still controlled the star's domain and had a high status. Zhou Xuanji told him about lawless fire, and he was very excited. With such a powerful cultivator in the Sword Emperor Divine Court, wouldn't their power grow tremendously? He immediately ordered his soldiers to spread the news so that no one would disturb lawless fire's rest. Zhou Xuanji continued to cultivate. He was almost watching the battle with the 3 fate retributions. He felt quite regretful. He didn't even get to see the true face of the 3 fate retributions. Next, the surrounding endless space fell into silence. Everyone felt pressured, as though a storm was brewing. There was no major commotion in the uncontrollable region. Everything was peaceful. Terrifyingly peaceful. 500 years passed quickly. This day. As Zhou Xuanji was comprehending the sword, Yuancheng requested to see him. With a thought, the gates of the star's palace opened. Yuancheng rushed in hurriedly and cried out in fear, "My lord! Things are bad." Zhou Xuanji looked up at him and waited for him to continue. Zhongji of the Eastern Endless Kingdom was defeated. A mysterious powerhouse barged into the Eastern Endless Kingdom and beat Zhongji until only a remnant soul was left in front of all the descendants. He said that he would defeat all the endless overlords and that Nan Wujin would be next. Yuancheng said fearfully. Although the Eastern Endless Kingdom had lost to them before, it was different. Even the ancestors of the royal family came out for this battle. But it was a pity that they could not defeat him. Zhou Xuanji was interested and asked curiously, "Did that person leave his name?" Yuancheng replied, "Sovereign Qin." Other than that, he did not leave any information about his background. Throughout the ages, there was no such person. Chapter 1043. Qin Zun. Never heard of it. Let him come. Zhou Xuanji said with an indifferent smile. The Sword Emperor Divine Court was not like when it was first established. Now, the Sword Emperor Divine Court had as many experts as there were clouds in the sky, and there was also Fire God and the old beggar overseeing it. He was not afraid of any danger. Yuancheng said worriedly, but he was able to barge into the Endless East royal family alone, and even those old monsters couldn't stop him. He's definitely very powerful. My lord, although your last trip to the Endless East royal family went smoothly, you didn't encounter any of the royal family's old ancestors. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "It's not like he's coming to find me directly. Nan Wujin has sovereign heaven and Hunyuan heaven, which is enough to make him suffer. Do you think that sovereign heaven and Hunyuan heaven are not a match for him?" Yuancheng was stumped. Although Qin Zun was very strong, he didn't seem like an existence that could defeat the combined forces of Cardinal Heaven and Hunyuan Heaven. There was no such existence in the entire boundless universe. Gu Juejiao couldn't. Not even the Fire God. "You may leave," Zhou Xuanji said as he waved his hand. He was at the juncture of enlightenment and did not want to miss out on the inspiration that he had obtained with much difficulty. "Leave as soon as the marriage is established." After the doors of the Stars Hall closed, Zhou Xuanji closed his eyes and continued his enlightenment. Ever since he stepped into the immortal realm, his understanding of the unconstitutional creation scripture had entered a stage of explosion. A huge and complicated cultivation concept was waiting for him to explore in the unconstitutional creation scripture. It was even more complicated than the laws and great Daos. It even contained the true essence of space-time. Zhou Xuanji felt that if he could completely grasp the constitution-defying creation sutra, his cultivation would undergo a qualitative change and leap to another profound realm. Omnipotent. Just like the founding master and the Sword Emperor. Everything could be created and everything could be destroyed. While Zhou Xuanji was still in closed-door cultivation, Sovereign Qin's name spread far and wide. Although Zhong Ji lost to Zhou Xuanji before, he was still one of the four overlords. Now that he had been defeated by Qin Zun, he had become a stepping stone for Qin Zun's rise to fame. For a time, everyone was talking about Qin Zun. Qin Zun wants to walk the path of the Sword Emperor and step on the endless overlords? It's not the same. The Sword Sovereign's fate energy reaches the heavens, while Qin Zun only has himself. TSK, to trample on the Eastern Endless royal family alone, the first person in history. Let's see if he can defeat Cardinal Heaven and Hunyuan Heaven. If he can, he will definitely be the strongest in the world. Can our Sword Emperor Divine Court stop him? Qin Zun's strength won the worship of countless living beings. This was similar to the situation when Zhou Xuanji rose up. It was even more exaggerated. After all, Qin Zun had charged into the boundless universe alone. Individualism is the most attractive existence, no matter where you are. The Sword Emperor Divine Court was also discussing Qin Zun. About 100 years passed. Nan Wujin exploded with a heaven-shaking explosion. Countless living beings heard it. Several days later, a battle report spread like the plague, sweeping through the entire southern Endless lands. Qin Zun fought against Cardinal Heaven and Hunyuan Heaven, but all three of them were seriously injured. Absolutely explosive. No matter who heard it, their first reaction was disbelief. Qin Zun became a god in one battle. Stars Hall. Zhou Xuanji frowned and asked, "Is this true?" Dozens of figures stood in the hall, and they were all core members of the Sword Emperor Divine Court. Even the old beggar who had been in prison all this time came. Yuan Cheng answered, "It's true. Nan Wujin is currently in a mess, and the two heavens are seriously injured. The various ambitious and ruthless people of Nan Wujin are taking advantage of the chaos to resist and overthrow Hunyuan Heaven's rule." The hall was silent. Cardinal Heaven had brought them despair and fear before. Now, even Cardinal Heaven and Hunyuan Heaven could not defeat Qin Zun. How powerful was Qin Zun? Zhou Xuanji had to be cautious. It seemed that Qin Zun was really powerful. He could threaten the Sword Emperor Divine Court. Who knows Qin Zun's background? You can guess, Zhou Xuanji said as he looked at everyone. Everyone looked at each other, but no one spoke. Zhou Xuanji frowned. He was a little angry. The most terrifying thing was not how powerful the enemy was, but that they knew nothing about the enemy even after such a long time. They were not second or third-rate factions. Now, they dominated northern Endless lands and were considered the top factions in the world. The number of living beings under their control could no longer be calculated with numbers. Even with such a massive faction, they still could not find any information about Qin Zun. Zhou Xuanji was disappointed. The atmosphere became oppressive. Everyone sensed Zhou Xuanji's anger. It was their first time facing Zhou Xuanji's anger. In the past, Zhou Xuanji had never been angry at them. Jin Qing said with gritted teeth, "I will send someone to investigate Eastern Endless lands immediately." Qin Zun's sudden appearance in Eastern Endless lands must have something to do with it. Zhou Xuanji nodded. The old beggar suddenly stood out and said, "He might have something to do with the Eternal God Gate." Eternal God Gate. Everyone looked at him with curiosity and confusion in their eyes. Zhou Xuanji was the same. It was his first time hearing about the Eternal God Gate. There were no records of the Eternal God Gate in the history of the Boundless universe. It said that the Eternal God Gate was born at the very beginning, and there are unimaginable existences inside. The only record is from a legendary historical record left by the primogenitor. That historical record has already disappeared, and I only learned about it from my ancestors," the old beggar said faintly. Everyone was shocked. A divine item from the primogenitor's era? That period was also called the primordial immemorial era or the primordial immemorial era. It was used to describe the very beginning. Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown, "You mean that the eternal God Gate has appeared again? What does it represent?" The old beggar took a deep breath and said, "It represents nothingness. Everything returns to nothingness." What? Everyone was shocked, and their hairs stood on end. What did that mean? Was Qin Zun going to destroy everything? That's not right. He did not do evil in East or South Boundless. He only challenged the Overlord, someone questioned. The old beggar shook his head and said, "This is what my ancestors told me. No one knows if it's true or false. Let alone the primordial immemorial era, not many old monsters from the primogenitor era are still alive." Zhou Xuanji suddenly thought of something. He waved his right hand. A silhouette appeared in the palace. Blood Dragon Ghost. The Blood Dragon Ghost was the servant of Full Heart Sovereign, and Full Heart Sovereign was not far from the primogenitor era. It was even possible that the primogenitor era had existed longer than Full Heart Sovereign. Not only the Blood Dragon Ghost, but the Fire God was the same. However, the Fire God's words could not be trusted. This fellow claimed that his ancestor was the son of the primogenitor era's first disciple. When Zhou Xuanji mentioned Full Heart Sovereign, he said that he was related to Full Heart Sovereign. In his words, all powerhouses in the primordial immemorial era were related to him because he came from the primogenitor era. Blood Dragon Ghost, do you know about the Eternal God Gate? Zhou Xuanji asked. The Blood Dragon Ghost looked at the people around him before yawning and said, "Of course I know. You should all know that the sovereign serendipity that you are all crazy about came from the Eternal God Gate, right?" With this, everyone opened their eyes wide. The three sovereign serendipity came from the Eternal God Gate? Chapter 1044. I remember my master saying that when the founder opened the Eternal God Gate, it caused the Kunlun Origin Court to face its first disaster. In that battle, the Kunlun Origin Court was almost destroyed, and 80 to 90% of the first generation died. The Blood Dragon Ghost looked at Zhou Xuanji and said casually, "After so many years, could it be that the Eternal Gate of God has appeared again?" "That's great." Jin Cheng asked curiously, "Why did you say yes when such a dangerous thing appeared?" The Blood Dragon replied matter-of-factly, "Then we all have to die, so we don't have to worry about how to survive. Isn't that good?" Everyone was silent. Zhou Xuanji glared at him and said seriously, "Don't joke around. Now, an expert is most likely from the Eternal God Gate. How can we find the Eternal God Gate?" The situation was still uncertain, and Zhou Xuanji did not want too many unstable and unknown existences to cause trouble. "It's very difficult. Up until now, only the primogenitor master has personally seen the Eternal God Gate. He left behind a sentence, 'Never ever step into the Eternal God Gate.'" The Blood Dragon Ghost said as it recalled. In any case, he had been sealed for countless years and was already indifferent to life and death. Right now, he was just muddling along. If he really encountered an existence that he couldn't defeat, he would be willing to die. Zhou Xuanji frowned and asked, "Just tell me if you have any ideas, don't talk so much nonsense." The Blood Dragon Ghost shrugged and said, "I really didn't." "Didn't you subdue the Fire God? Go ask him. That guy has a special background." Back then, even the Hidden Heart Sovereign had to be polite to him. After that, he exploded and turned into blood qi that flowed into Zhou Xuanji's sleeves. Zhou Xuanji got up and said, "You guys wait here." He disappeared on the spot and teleported to Lawless Fire God's side. The Lawless Fire God was still in its sun form, not moving at all. Its surface was burning with raging flames, strong enough to distort space. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Fire God, do you know about the Eternal God Gate?" His voice could only be heard by the God of Fire. "Eternal God Gate? Again?" Lawless Fire God asked. "That's right. You want to find the Eternal Divine Gate and obtain the Paragon's opportunity?" "No, someone ran out from the Eternal Gate of God and threatened me. I advise you to give up. Anyone who touches the Eternal God Gate will die." Back then, the majority of the primogenitor's first-generation disciples died in the Eternal God Gate. Because of that, the primogenitor fell into depression and mysteriously perished. My guess is that he entered the Eternal God Gate and never returned. Zhou Xuanji frowned. He had never thought that the Eternal God Gate would be related to the primogenitor lord's disappearance. No matter who it is, try your best to avoid them. As far as I know, nothing in the Eternal Divine Gate can stay here for long. Lawless Fire God instructed, which made Zhou Xuanji frown even deeper. What did that mean? If he couldn't beat Qin Zun, he would have to admit defeat? Zhou Xuanji turned around and returned to the Star Hall. "Your Majesty, how is the situation?" Jin Cheng asked nervously. With the strength that Qin Zun had displayed, there was probably no one in the Sword Emperor Divine Court who could stop him. Zhou Xuanji said calmly, "The Eternal God Gate is too ancient, and he can't explain it clearly. Let's focus on the Divine Court and stabilize it. That Sovereign Qin won't be able to affect anything for now, so we don't have to worry too much." Even if he couldn't defeat Qin Zun couldn't defeat him either. The extreme godly blankness mode allowed Zhou Xuanji to be undefeatable. Everyone looked at each other and could only agree. However, Qin Zun was heavily injured, and would not be a threat to Bei Wujin for the time being. Even if he recovered, the next time would be against Gu Juejiu. Zhou Xuanji was the last. After everyone left, Zhou Xuanji did not think too much about it and continued to comprehend. No matter what, training hard was the most fundamental thing. He had a hunch. Qin Zun was just the beginning. There would be even more trouble in the future. Or even more. Time passed. 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Zhou Xuanji's cultivation did not experience much of a breakthrough, but he was still immersed in it. What was worth mentioning was that Qin Zun did not appear in the past 1,000 years. Southern Boundless had fallen into chaos, and Cardinal Heaven and Hunyuan Heaven had mysteriously disappeared. Now, Eastern Boundless and Western Boundless were ready to invade Southern Boundless at any time. North Boundless was the most peaceful. The Sword Emperor Divine Court didn't expand outwards and instead worked hard to let everyone have a good life. In comparison, the reputation of the Sword Emperor Divine Court was growing by the day. Quite a few living beings from the other three boundless realms began to rush towards the northern boundless realms. In order to accept them, the Sword Emperor Divine Court sent experts to open a teleportation array. After all, the vast majority of living beings did not have the ability to pass through the impassable region. On this day, Zhou Xuanji's understanding of the Constitutional Defiance Creation Sutra reached a whole new level. From now on, he could begin to fuse the Constitutional Defiance Creation Sutra with the Tao of Annihilation without causing too much of an impact to his surroundings. His divine energy began to transform. You finally reached this stage. But it's reasonable. You have the sovereign serendipity, so you will succeed sooner or later. The Ancestor Lord Spirit appeared before Zhou Xuanji suddenly and said softly. Zhou Xuanji did not use any special cultivation technique. Just like how he used to practice his sword, he only repeated the ancestor voice. After countless repetitions, the conditions were right, and he successfully broke through. Zhou Xuanji closed his eyes and asked, "What stage?" The Ancestor Lord Spirit replied, "The stage above imperishable. Whenever someone reaches this stage, the eternal divine gate will appear. Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes abruptly. You mean that the eternal divine gate appeared because of me? Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown. That's right. That's why that guy put you last. Back then, I experienced the crisis that you faced. I won, but Kunlun Origin Court lost, the Ancestor Lord's spirit sighed. His eyes were filled with guilt as he recalled the past. He had let down Kunlun Origin Court back then. Zhou Xuanji asked, what is that stage? Why did it attract the attention of the Eternal Divine Gate? The Ancestor Lord's spirit's expression changed as he said seriously, above imperishable is naturally eternal. This stage allows one to truly be eternal. Even if one's body and soul are destroyed, there will remains. It surpasses the universe and the Kunlun Origin Court. Every existence who reaches the eternal realm will face the Eternal Divine Gate's test. I already warned you, but who would have thought that the Eternal Divine Gate would sense your existence after you used eternal power once? The fusion of the Constitution-defying Creation Sutra and the Tao of Annihilation was eternal power. Zhou Xuanji fell silent. He had never thought that Sovereign Qin would appear because of him. But it's fine now. You still have a chance to become more powerful. Hurry up and break through. Even though reaching the eternal realm will not make you invincible, at least it will be difficult for Sovereign Qin to defeat you, the Ancestor Lord's spirit said softly. After that, he disappeared from Zhou Xuanji's sight. He had been watching the outside world from within Zhou Xuanji's body. He had been patiently waiting until Zhou Xuanji broke through before coming out to tell him the truth. He was afraid that Zhou Xuanji's Tao heart would be disturbed. Zhou Xuanji nodded before closing his eyes and continuing to break through. He began to fuse the two supreme Taos. Chapter 1045. Boom! The star hall trembled slightly, and the tens of thousands of astral guards below looked up in shock. What's happening? His Majesty is breaking through. So powerful. He broke through again. Such a powerful aura. What stage is His Majesty at now? Seems like Sovereign Qin managed to agitate His Majesty. Not bad. If His Majesty can break through, he will bring glory to us. The astral guards discussed among themselves. Admiration was written all over their faces. Although Sovereign Qin was already famous, in their hearts, the Sword Emperor was their true faith. A pair of eyes lit up on the distant sun. It was Lawless Fire God. He also sensed that Zhou Xuanji was breaking through. This aura. Could it be? Lawless Fire God was shocked in his heart. He had already guessed something. He did not move but continued to close his eyes. It seemed that deep sleep was the most important thing to him. Inside the Star Hall, Zhou Xuanji sat in midair. His body was radiating a silvery radiance that looked extremely sacred. Creation and destruction. The two extreme auras intertwined in his body, causing the entire hall to shake. He had already entered a mysterious state. He was looking back at his life. From 2 years old to now. From a child to an endless overlord. All the faces that he had met in his life flashed before his eyes. His divine energy was transforming, and so was his state of mind. What was eternity? Eternity meant always existing. Just like Sovereign Gu. Even after he died, his will turned into countless great Taos that still existed and ruled over all living beings. Zhou Xuanji's body began to turn into a star of light. He was transforming. He fused his Tao technique into his soul and his will. After reaching the eternity stage, the body and soul were no longer important. Will represented everything. Somehow, Zhou Xuanji felt that he was ascending. A wondrous feeling that he had never felt before surged into his heart. It was not simply growing stronger, but it was like breaking out of a cocoon and being reborn. Sometime later. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes suddenly. He was shocked to find that he was no longer in the star hall but above the endless starry sky. He looked down and could see many worlds. The great 1,000 worlds were dazzling and colorful. All forms of life were in his eyes. Zhou Xuanji looked at his hands and realized that they were just illusory and had no physical body. Eternity stage. I see. Zhou Xuanji smiled. He was not too surprised. Calm and collected. He didn't feel that he was very strong, but he felt that everything was so ordinary. This was the case for the world, the universe, and space-time. Zhou Xuanji began moving. Under the eternal will state, his speed was extremely fast. His heart moved at will. Wherever he wanted to go, he would rush there quickly. If he used the godless state, his speed would reach a whole new level. Everything in the surroundings became pure white, and the vast whiteness shattered into endless darkness. Strands of purple lightning flickered and wreaked havoc, filled with destructive power. However, when the purple lightning landed on his body, it immediately disappeared, unable to affect him in the slightest. What's at the end? Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. He was suddenly interested in what was ahead. The boundless universe, as the name implied, was boundless and without end. Above the universe, there were many different opinions regarding the end of the universe, but up until now, no one had an accurate opinion that could determine the end of the boundless universe. Now that he had stepped into the eternal realm, he was qualified to explore. He kept accelerating, and the scenery around him was like an illusion, constantly changing. Boom! Zhou Xuanji suddenly felt that he had bumped into something and was stopped. He stared ahead. It was still dark, and there were no obstacles in front of him. What's going on? Zhou Xuanji reached out to touch it and found that there was an invisible barrier in front of him. It was very hard, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not break it. Could this be the end of the boundless universe? Zhou Xuanji felt a little regretful. The boundless universe had an end, but it was not really boundless. He felt an indescribable sorrow in his heart. Many powerful cultivators wanted to explore higher sceneries, but he had already seen the end. He turned around and rushed back in the direction he came from. He could sense the aura of his body, so he would not get lost. Maybe when the Kunlun origin court was born, the space-time barrier was closer, and it was opened up by the primogenitor with his supreme divine power. Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. He quickly flew back to the star's palace. His will fused into his body, and the sword spirit's voice came, "Analyze that the sword owner has reached the eternal realm." Gotcha started. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner obtained, Great Annihilation, Endless Annihilation Emperor Sword, Luck Descending. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes. 2 rays of dazzling silver light shot out from his eyes. An unprecedented sense of power appeared, and he could not help but smile. Sword name, Endless Annihilation Emperor Sword Grade, Great Annihilation Description, a legendary sword condensed from the Tao of Annihilation. It has the power to destroy everything, even the entire boundless universe. It is still being nurtured and cannot be used yet. Luck Descending, subduing the fate of all with the eternal will. Turning fate into a weapon for one's own use. A legendary sword of the highest grade at the moment. A mysterious and powerful divine ability. Zhou Xuanji was very satisfied. Although the Endless Annihilation Emperor Sword was still being nurtured, at least it had appeared. It would appear in his hands soon. How powerful was the legendary sword that destroyed the boundless universe? Zhou Xuanji guessed that even if he had the Endless Annihilation Emperor Sword, he would not be able to use it easily. If the boundless universe was destroyed, he would cease to exist. His eternal realm was based on the ancient sovereign's will. If even the ancient sovereign's will was destroyed, how could he survive? Moreover, there must be a threshold to use this legendary sword. Although the legendary swords created by the Supreme Legendary Sword system were always more powerful than his, there must be a threshold to use them. Zhou Xuanji immediately understood luck descending. He opened his eyes again and waved his right hand. The primogenitor spirit appeared before him. After stepping into the eternal realm, Zhou Xuanji could sense the primogenitor spirit's presence. This time, he was going to suppress the primogenitor spirit in the Master Emperor's door. This was to prevent this old guy from spying on him. Not bad. You have just stepped into the eternal realm. Currently, you are at the first level of will. The primogenitor spirit looked at Zhou Xuanji and smiled satisfactorily. Zhou Xuanji smiled, "Is that so? I will need your guidance in the future. I will have to trouble you to stay in your precious door for now." The primogenitor spirit was silent. Zhou Xuanji was not in a hurry and waited for him to speak. A while later, the primogenitor spirit said faintly, "Do you really want to do this?" Zhou Xuanji nodded seriously. Seeing this, the primogenitor spirit could only sigh. Zhou Xuanji smiled and sent him into the Master Emperor's door. He added his will into the Master Emperor's door to form a protective layer to prevent other living beings from detecting the primogenitor spirit's presence. After doing all this, Zhou Xuanji got up and walked toward the Stars Palace's door. After breaking through to the Eternal Realm, Zhou Xuanji's mental state was different. He was in a good mood and decided to preach the Tao to everyone in the Stars Realm again. Chapter 1046. Zhou Xuanji did not immediately preach the Tao. Instead, he wanted to walk around the Sword Emperor Divine Court and see how the Divine Court was developing. From immemorial ride to karma, one might not be able to truly feel it. He strolled through the starry sky. It looked like he was taking a leisurely stroll, but he was actually very fast. He crossed thousands of stars and worlds with a single step. He suddenly thought of Zhou Tanhua and Zhou Xiaoxian. What were those two little guys doing? He immediately searched for the scent of his children. This pair of siblings had established their own sword lineages, and their reputations in the Sword Emperor Divine Court had risen. They had inherited Zhou Xuanji's talent and rarely had opponents at the same cultivation level. Adding on the Sword Emperor Divine Court's background, their sword system attracted the interest of many creatures. The Sword Emperor was the current ruler of Boundless North. His legend caused the way of the sword to be extremely popular, and countless living beings started to walk on the path of the way of the sword. Any great swordsman began to become famous. Zhou Xuanji first found Zhou Xiaofan's sword-style sect. Just like those great worlds, the sect was hidden in a sand-like independent space. Zhou Xuanji forcefully stepped into the independent world, and just as he entered, he heard the clamoring. As far as the eye could see, the peaks of the mountains were filled with figures practicing swordsmanship. Clouds and mist surged and sword shadows appeared one after another. It was a spectacular scene. Zhou Xuanji smiled and nodded in satisfaction. Following his gaze, he saw a white-robed Zhou Xiaoxian meditating on top of a mountain peak. Her black hair fluttered in the wind, giving her an otherworldly aura. This girl already had the feeling of Xian Xianghua's arrogance. Like father like son. Zhou Xuanji did not disturb her and only watched quietly. After watching for a while, he came to the world of Zhou Tanhua's sect. Compared to Zhou Xiaofan's sect, this place was much more deserted. Zhou Tanhua only had a dozen or so disciples, and they were scattered all over the place to practice swordsmanship alone. Solitude, determination. This was the feeling expressed by every disciple. For some reason, Zhou Xuanji suddenly remembered the scenes of him training with the sword when he was young. But at that time, he had company. Jiang Shui, Zhao Congjian, Beishao Wangjian, and Huang Lianxin would train with him, so he would not be lonely. Zhou Tanhua was holding a sword and pondering silently. Zhou Xuanji came up behind him and asked softly, "What are you thinking about?" As soon as these words came out, Zhou Tanhua was startled. He instinctively turned around and only relaxed when he saw Zhou Xuanji. He stood up, bowed, and asked, "Father, why are you here?" Zhou Xuanji looked at the sword in his hand and smiled. "Do you feel that your sword is not worthy of your power?" Zhou Tanhua's face was filled with embarrassment. Ever since he was young, Zhou Xuanji had taught him not to look down on his own sword. So every time he looked down on his own sword, he would feel a deep sense of guilt. As time passed, he was tormented. "Give me your sword," Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. As his voice fell, the sword in Zhou Tanhua's hand flew into his hand. He directly imbued his eternal will into the blade. He used his will to refine this sword. Zhou Tanhua's eyes widened and his mouth opened slightly. What a vast aura! Father is already so powerful? Zhou Tanhua was extremely shocked. He knew that Zhou Xuanji had been cultivating in seclusion, but he didn't expect him to be this powerful. He could not understand Zhou Xuanji's realm at all. Not long after, Zhou Xuanji returned his sword to him. "This is..." Zhou Tanhua's pupils shook. He couldn't believe his eyes. He gripped his sword and felt the vast power. He could no longer control his emotions. Too powerful. With this sword, his strength would undergo an earth-shattering change. Most importantly, he could use this sword without any hindrance. He could control it with ease. It was even easier than before. He looked at his father and asked in surprise, "Father, isn't this bad?" Ever since he was young, Zhou Xuanji had been strict with him. He made him understand that there were no shortcuts in the world. "This is also a test for you. You can use this sword boldly. But what you do with it is your choice," Zhou Xuanji said with a meaningful smile. After speaking, he disappeared into thin air. He came and went without a trace. He didn't even leave a trace of his aura. Zhou Tanhua, holding the sword, fell into deep thought. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji came to the starry sky. He was hesitating whether he should give Zhou Xiaoxian a gift or not. On second thought, Zhou Xiaoxian didn't need it. He continued to travel around the Sword Emperor Divine Court. It took him 2 days to visit the entire Sword Emperor Divine Court. He returned to the Stars Hall and spread his will, covering the entire Sword Emperor Divine Court. "I am the Sword Emperor. Today, I will preach the sword's way of all beings. I hope all of you will gain something." Zhou Xuanji's voice resounded throughout the Sword Emperor Divine Court. Before everyone could react, he had already begun preaching. Once the ancestral voice came out, no matter how high one's cultivation was, they would have the opportunity to gain enlightenment. Unstoppable Fire God opened his eyes suddenly and mumbled, "This kid is really generous." The ancestral voice was extremely precious. Ordinary people wouldn't leak it even if they mastered it. But Zhou Xuanji preached to the entire Sword Emperor Divine Court and wasn't afraid of being surpassed by his subordinates. This generosity reminded him of the sages of the Taichu immemorial era. He smiled and closed his eyes. The sun hung quietly in the universe, motionless. The lively stars field also quietened down. In the unstoppable region, on a barren meteorite, a man in black armor suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were blood red, and his pupils couldn't be seen. He mumbled, "Ancestral voice. That direction is northern infinity. Who is using the ancestral voice wantonly?" He frowned, and his tone was filled with doubt. He began listening carefully. The more he listened, the more shocked he became. Eternal will. No wonder it can cover the entire northern infinity. Who is it? The man in black armor mumbled to himself with fear on his face. How many years had it been? It had been a long time since an eternal cultivator was born in the boundless universe. The last eternal cultivator was Gu Zun. He took a deep breath and mumbled, "Seems like I can't offend Northern Infinity." He immediately got up and disappeared instantly. In front of the temple, the ancestor Buddha sat under a tree. A gentle breeze blew past, and he opened his eyes suddenly. He frowned, and his face was filled with anger. This brat dared to defile the ancestral voice. But why can I hear it from so far away? The ancestor Buddha was puzzled. Could it be that Zhou Xuanji's understanding of the ancestral voice had surpassed his? Impossible. He was the one who taught Zhou Xuanji the ancestral voice. He knew how difficult it was to cultivate the ancestral voice. He thought about it and decided to go to Northern Infinity. He entered spiritless mode straightaway and traveled through time and space. The space-time kaleidoscope kept rewinding. The ancestor Buddha listened to Zhou Xuanji's ancestral voice as he traveled. He was shocked in his heart. He felt like he had an epiphany too. Zhou Xuanji's ancestral voice could affect him. This meant that Zhou Xuanji's ancestral voice had surpassed his, and not just by a little. "Brat, how long has it been? What serendipity did you receive? Could it be?" The ancestor Buddha mumbled to himself. He suddenly thought of something, and his expression changed drastically. Chapter 1047. Zhou Xuanji narrated the ancestral voice in the Star's Palace. He was very relaxed, and everyone else was listening to him comfortably. Gradually, as he narrated the ancestral voice, he took out the Miracle Creation Sword and Serendipity Annihilation Sword and began practicing the sword in the palace. Practicing the sword after attaining the Eternal Realm was a different experience. He felt that the sword in his hand was no longer a sword. His Tao was unclear. All in all, he felt that the sword was lighter. No matter where it slashed, there would be no obstruction. The Eternal Realm and the Imperishable Realm were like the difference between mortals and immortals. He closed his eyes, but the corner of his lips was curled up. Years passed. Every day, living beings in the Northern Infinity had different breakthroughs. 10 years later, the ancestral voice stopped abruptly, and everyone woke up from their enlightenment. These 10 years were almost static for the Northern Infinity. All living beings were cultivating. This is unbelievable. What cultivation stage has the Sword Emperor reached? He's too powerful. He owes us so much that we can't repay him even if we die. Among the current endless overlords, no one is more suitable than our Sword Emperor to unify the four infinities. I broke through. I broke through. Ha ha ha. From today onwards, I owe the Sword Emperor a favor. In every corner of the Northern Infinity, living beings were singing the Sword Emperor's benevolence. In the Kunlun Origin Court, the Emperor Sword Divine Range was cheering too. They were the most honored because they were the Sword Emperor's true disciples and grand disciples. After Zhou Xuanji stopped the ancestral voice, he put away his swords. "Come in," he said with a smile. After that, the ancestor Buddha tore the space apart and stepped into the Star's Palace. He looked at Zhou Xuanji with a complicated expression. "Why? You don't recognize me?" Zhou Xuanji asked with a smile. Zhou Xuanji had always wanted to subdue the ancestor Buddha. In the endless universe, other than him, only the ancestor Buddha knew the ancestral voice. Which meant that the ancestor Buddha had the possibility to reach the Eternal Realm. So far, Zhou Xuanji only knew that learning the Constitution Defiance Creation Sutra and the Tao of Annihilation could help him reach the Eternal Realm. "What happened to you after we parted? Why can't I see through you?" the ancestor Buddha asked solemnly. Zhou Xuanji replied with a smile, a moment of enlightenment and eternity. "Do you understand?" The ancestral Buddha frowned, his face filled with doubt. "Work for me. You've been hiding in the temple all this time because you want your ancestral sound to reach a higher level, right?" Work for me, and I will help you improve further, even surpassing heights that you did not even dare to imagine before, Zhou Xuanji said with a smile, his tone filled with provocation. When the ancestral Buddha heard this, his heart palpitated. But how could he work for Zhou Xuanji? What kind of status did he have? Did this kid deserve it? Zhou Xuanji saw through his thoughts and said with a smile, "How about we spar?" Hearing this, the ancestral Buddha narrowed his eyes. The atmosphere between the two became delicate. Even now, Zhou Xuanji did not know how powerful the Buddha ancestor was. All right. The ancestral Buddha agreed. The two of them jumped out of the Hall of Stars and entered the space-time kaleidoscope. This was the space-time created by the collision between the two of them in the ethereal state. Fighting here wouldn't affect the boundless universe. Your spiritless state is pretty decent. You can connect directly with me. The ancestor Buddha said seriously. Zhou Xuanji took out the great perception dark god, and his body turned incorporeal like a beam of light. The ancestor Buddha's expression changed slightly. He raised his right hand, and his sleeve slid down, revealing a string of prayer beads. His entire body shined with golden light, and he charged at Zhou Xuanji with the prayer beads in his hand. Boom! 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 Rings of golden light shot out from his body and slammed into Zhou Xuanji's body. However, these rings of golden light did not harm Zhou Xuanji and directly pierced through his body. Zhou Xuanji raised his sword and walked out. His aura was not very powerful, but it gave off an otherworldly feeling. It was as if no matter what he encountered, he would not die, and his will would last forever. The ancestor Buddha's expression greatly changed. He chanted in the ancestral voice, and his aura exploded. He raised his palm and slammed it towards Zhou Xuanji. The two of them were hundreds of meters apart, but as he slammed his palm out, the ancestor Buddha arrived in front of Zhou Xuanji in an instant. His right palm slammed into Zhou Xuanji's chest, and waves of golden runes appeared, wrapping around Zhou Xuanji's body like a spiderweb. Zhou Xuanji raised his eyebrows, and he felt that the spacetime around him had been locked. If it was before, he would have been instantly subdued. But now, his will was eternal, and he was not affected. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji said with a smile, "You are powerful indeed, but I'm already at another stage. Show me your true power." He shook his right shoulder and pushed the ancestor Buddha back. The ancestor Buddha disappeared into thin air. In the next second, he came to Zhou Xuanji's back. He turned around and waved his hand, and the prayer beads grew bigger and wrapped around Zhou Xuanji like a collar. Next, the prayer beads became scorching hot and expanded rapidly. They turned into giant suns and engulfed Zhou Xuanji. The ancestor Buddha raised his arms and cried out, "Myriad suns-linked beads, suppress and destroy." Boom! A horrifying explosion. The suns exploded, shattering the space-time kaleidoscope. Endless darkness swept toward Zhou Xuanji along with a violent gale. The ancestor Buddha waved his palm continuously in the frenzy of flames. Strings of prayer beads shot out and turned into small suns. They fell into the explosion and caused a series of explosions. The horrifying aura had already affected the endless spacetime in the north. Spatial ripples were produced in many domains. Within the star domain, Wuwei Fire God opened his eyes suddenly, and a baleful aura burst out. Who's fighting? He thought in shock. The ancestor Buddha and Zhou Xuanji? What's going on? Just when he was about to reinforce them, the flames on the sun's surface raised a tempest. But the next moment, he stopped. This brat. Wuwei Fire God was shocked. He disappeared into thin air, and the surrounding universe darkened. Amid the explosions, a silvery figure walked forward slowly. It was Zhou Xuanji. Facing the ancestor Buddha's explosion, he was not affected at all. He took out the coercive sword and absorbed the ancestor Buddha's aura. With the support of the eternal will, the coercive sword transformed and could easily absorb the ancestor Buddha's aura. He's powerful indeed. He's not weaker than Sovereign Heaven and Gu Juejiao. Zhou Xuanji laughed softly. He looked forward to the ancestor Buddha even more. With such a powerful cultivator joining the Sword Emperor Divine Court, who could stop Wu Wei Fire God? As for Sovereign Qin, he had the confidence to face him alone. The ancestor Buddha's expression changed. He saw Zhou Xuanji's silhouette and cried out in shock, "Impossible! How powerful was he?" Gu Juejiao was so eager to learn the ancestral voice, but he did not dare to attack him. It was because of his prowess that he could survive until now. He had not fought like this for a long time. But he could not hurt Zhou Xuanji at all. While he was shocked, he was also frustrated. Could it be that he had fallen behind? Zhou Xuanji came to his side suddenly and slashed horizontally. Just as the sword was about to reach his throat, the blade turned and hit the ancestor Buddha's throat with a flat surface. Boom! The coercive sword exploded with horrifying might and blasted the ancestor Buddha's body into ashes. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 1048. Just as the ancestor Buddha's body was destroyed, his soul reconstructed his body without any pause. Within the intense light from the explosion, Zhou Xuanji swung his sword again, using the flat side of the blade to attack the ancestor Buddha. The ancestor Buddha's body was continuously destroyed, and his body was continuously reconstructed. No! The ancestor Buddha's eyes became serious. Before Zhou Xuanji's sword could land on his body again, he split into dozens of souls. A string of golden Buddha beads appeared out of nowhere and shined with golden light, locking Zhou Xuanji in place. Zhou Xuanji's sword also stopped. The ancestral voice resounded. The dozens of ancestor Buddhas chanted a strange incantation. Zhou Xuanji did not panic but felt curious instead. What other tricks did this guy have? He looked up suddenly and saw a sea of light above him. Waves of rainbow light spread out in a circular shape, growing faster and faster. It was a bewildering sight. What's that? Zhou Xuanji looked up with narrowed eyes and saw a violet divine shadow gathering. Endless violet light flowed out from all directions, looking resplendent and majestic. Zhou Xuanji shrugged his shoulders and was about to step out of the ancestor Buddha's seal. At this moment, the violet divine shadow descended suddenly and swooped down, holding a sword shadow in its right hand. Swoosh! Zhou Xuanji wanted to dodge, but he found that his movements became abnormally slow. He opened his eyes wide and slashed out with all his might. Boom! The violet divine shadow disappeared, and an explosion occurred in Zhou Xuanji's body. The surrounding light was devoured and turned into a violet ocean. Zhou Xuanji's expression froze. Blood flowed down the hair on his forehead. The ancestor Buddhas looked at him coldly and said in unison, "Brat, you lost." Zhou Xuanji's expression changed. He took a deep breath and asked, "What was that?" A divine ability that could not be dodged. He felt that his soul was almost destroyed by that strike. It was really powerful. "You are facing yourself, but you can't dodge it," the ancestor Buddha replied. However, at this moment, Zhou Xuanji smirked. His body exploded, but his body was still there. Eternal will. As long as the will remained, so would his body and soul. The ancestor Buddhas opened their eyes wide and could not believe their eyes. How could he be completely fine? What happened?" the ancestor Buddha asked with a trembling voice. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "I have already surpassed the imperishable stage. No matter how you attack, you cannot destroy my will." Willpower. The ancestor Buddha was stunned. Zhou Xuanji did not attack again. Fighting to this extent was enough. He looked at the original body of the ancestor Buddha and asked, "How about it? Are you willing to join me? I will teach you how to ascend to the next level." The ancestral Buddha fell silent. He understood that he could not defeat Zhou Xuanji, and this was very difficult for him to accept. However, he was more concerned about Zhou Xuanji's cultivation level. He also wanted to achieve this kind of will. Zhou Xuanji gave a slight smile and 2 rays of violet light shot out from his eyes. In that instant, the surroundings quickly changed, returning to the space-time kaleidoscope. "This is..." The ancestral Buddha widened his eyes and asked in shock. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "It's just that time has been pushed back to the scene before our battle. Otherwise, this shattered spacetime will spread and affect the boundless universe." The ancestral Buddha fell silent once more. He was shocked by Zhou Xuanji's power. Being able to play with time so easily caused his heart to waver. "All right, from this day forth, I will serve you," the ancestor Buddha said through gritted teeth. He understood what this decision meant. In the future, he might become the laughing stock of the boundless universe. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Let's go back." He turned around and jumped out of the absent-minded state. The ancestral Buddha followed closely behind. As soon as they returned to the multi-star domain, unstoppable fire god appeared beside them. His massive body blocked Zhou Xuanji's vision. He looked down at the ancestor Buddha and asked in a low voice, "What do you want?" The ancestral Buddha's face was livid. He snorted coldly and did not reply. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "From today onwards, we are all on the same side. Don't worry. One of our own." Could it be? Wu Wei fire god was stunned. He had never thought that Zhou Xuanji could subdue the ancestor Buddha. He knew the ancestral Buddha's personality very well. This fellow was stubborn. This was the first time he had subdued someone. "All right, I'll arrange a place for him to stay," Zhou Xuanji said as he prepared to leave with the Buddha ancestor. The Buddha ancestor Buddha shook his head and said, "There's no need for that. I'll just set up my temple here." With a wave of his right hand, he tore open a spatial rift and entered it. Zhou Xuanji did not stop him. Since it was like this, he would leave it to the Buddha ancestor. He nodded at lawless fire god and flew toward Star's Hall. With that, the ancestral Buddha joined the Sword Emperor Divine Court. Not many people knew about this, and Zhou Xuanji had no intention to publicize it. The Sword Emperor Divine Court was already powerful enough in everyone's eyes. There was no need to show off. A month later, Zhou Xuanji began to teach the ancestor Buddha about the ancestral sound and characters. Only after mastering the ancestral sound and characters could one begin cultivating the constitution-defying Creation Sutra. As for the Tao of extermination, that was another level of difficulty. Zhou Xuanji could not teach him the Tao of extermination. It felt like it could only be understood but not taught. After the ancestor Buddha learned the ancestral sound and characters, he felt like he had stepped into the door of a whole new world. He felt grateful to Zhou Xuanji and decided to stay in the Sword Emperor Divine Court. He began to cultivate in isolation. Zhou Xuanji did not need him to do anything. All he had to do was watch over the place. The Sword Emperor Divine Court rarely encountered great danger, or else the Sword Emperor Divine Court would be too weak. Spring passed and autumn came. Time was so worthless in the boundless universe. 200 years passed in a flash. News came from Nanwujin. Qin Zun fought with Cardinal Heaven and Hunyuan Heaven again. After 9 days of battle, Qin Zun emerged victorious. 2 heavens were severely injured and disappeared without a trace. Nanwujin was in utter chaos, just like Beiwujin. Heroes rose from all walks of life and fought everywhere. Inside the Star Palace, Zhou Xuanji heard about Qin Zun's achievements and sighed in amazement. That's the post-archaic Supreme Three Heavens we're talking about. Who would have thought that before they could dominate the world, they would end up in hiding? Times are truly different now. The current era is not inferior to the post-archaic Supreme Three Heavens. Zhou Xuanji sighed in amazement. He did not have any other thoughts. So what if Cardinal Heaven and Hunyuan Heaven were defeated? It was a good opportunity for them to rest for a while. These two were in cahoots. If not for Qin Zun, they would have stirred up trouble in no time. Zhou Xuanji had always kept in mind their fight for the Three Heavens' fate retribution. My lord, should we take action and seize the opportunity to conquer Nanwujin? Yuan Cheng asked. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, sure. We can save the people of Nanwujin from the abyss of suffering. You make the arrangements. Let the Divine Court army led by Saint Hong Qin head to Nanwujin. Remember to build teleportation portals, the more the better. Yuan Cheng was pleasantly surprised. He cupped his fist and smiled, yes, my lord. Now that Nanwujin no longer had Cardinal Heaven and Hunyuan Heaven, there was no one powerful enough to intimidate them. Looking at Yuan Cheng's back, Zhou Xuanji smiled. Just when he was about to close his eyes, he suddenly remembered something. He immediately sent a telepathic message to Jin Cheng. Chapter 1049. Today, he came to the Hall of Stars. After saluting, he asked curiously, Your Majesty, do you have any instructions? Before he came, he saw Yuan Cheng excitedly heading towards Hong Qin's sacred monarch's residence. For Yuan Cheng to be so excited, it must have been Zhou Xuanji who gave the order to attack the other infinity. This was the only thing Yuan Cheng was looking forward to. Yuan Cheng has already received the order to subdue South Limitless. I want to send you to the lawless region between North Limitless and South Limitless. Try to find out the ins and outs of that lawless region. It would be best if you could spread out the teleportation formations there. You can choose a divine army. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. The lawless region was getting restless, but there was no big movement. He felt that it wouldn't be long before the lawless region would devour the boundless universe. The fire god had also mentioned this before. In the lawless zone, the forces were complicated. Even he didn't know how many old monsters were hiding there. Jin Cheng nodded and asked hesitantly, will this offend the lawless region? Zhou Xuanji waved his hand and smiled as he said, powerful cultivators from the lawless region have long since snuck into the northern boundless region. Don't worry, even if we offend them, we're not afraid. There will be a battle sooner or later, and if we can seize the advantage of intelligence, we can restrict Eastern Boundless and Western Boundless region and have them assist us in the battle. The lawless region was a great threat to all sides. With the information they had, East Limitless and West Limitless could only listen to them. Jin Cheng came to a sudden realization and cupped his fists, I'll take action immediately. He turned and left. After he disappeared from the Star's Palace, Zhou Xuanji thought about it and summoned Xian Xianghua. Xian Xianghua had established the Tanhua sect a long time ago. Now, the Tanhua sect was not a nameless force in the northern endless region. Everyone knew that the Tanhua sect master was the Sword Emperor's woman, and no one dared to offend her. After a while, Xian Xianghua entered the palace. In addition to her, there was also Supreme Hong Chen and Shen Nianqing. The three girls greeted each other before looking at Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji said softly, the war is about to start again. You have all mastered the mortal qi. Next, I will personally preach the Tao to you so that your cultivation can improve quickly. The aura of the mortal world was very similar to opportunities. When the aura of the mortal world was attached to the enemy, it was enough to make the enemy fall into an abyss. Hearing this, the three women were pleasantly surprised. Xian Xianghua asked, I want to bring along heaven's fate, can I? Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes at her and said unpleasantly, Tianyuan is also my grandson. Do you think I have forgotten about him? Don't worry about the juniors. You guys cultivate first. Xian Xianghua pursed her lips and did not argue further. Zhou Xuanji had not visited Zhou Tianyuan for a long time. However, Zhou Tianyuan already had a family and a career. He had his own life, so it was better for him not to see Zhou Xuanji. At least he would be far away from the conflicts of the boundless universe. Although there were endless battles everywhere, the living beings in many large worlds were still unaffected. They all had their own exciting stories. Zhou Xuanji sealed the star's palace and began preaching. As soon as the Eternal Will appeared, Xian Xianghua, Hongchen Supreme, and Shen Nianqing instantly fell into a profound state of epiphany. The ancestral voice reverberated, and resplendent silver light reverberated in the Star Hall. In less than a year, the news of the chaos in the South Boundless spread to the other 3 boundless realms. The Sword Emperor Divine Court intervened forcefully and was willing to recruit the living beings in the South Boundless realms. This caused everyone in the North Boundless realms to cheer. After East Endless and West Endless heard the news, they both sent their armies to intervene in the name of saving the lives of the South Endless. For a moment, Nan Wujin was even more confused. Hunyuan Heaven and Cardinal Heaven had joined forces to eradicate the major factions before Nan Wujin, and the remaining faction simply couldn't withstand the endless attacks from the 3 sides. 7 years later. The news of Qin Zun's appearance in the West Infinity spread, and he declared that he wanted to challenge Gu Juejiu. Because Gu Juejiu was the strongest in the world, he was willing to give Gu Juejiu time to prepare. His arrogance caused a huge uproar. However, there were also countless beings who worshipped him and wished to become an existence like him. Although the surroundings were in chaos, Zhou Xuanji, Gu Juejiu, and Zhong Ji did not show themselves. Such tacit understanding caused everyone to speculate. Year after year. Day after day. Inside the Hall of Stars. Zhou Xuanji looked at the 3 women who were surrounded by the silver light and smiled satisfactorily. The 3 girls had already accumulated a strong cultivation base in the first place, and under his preaching, they broke through to the supreme of the 7 courts one after another, and were continuously charging towards the supreme of the 8 courts. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before they broke through again. The help of such preaching was not completely beneficial, and it would even limit their future growth. However, without Zhou Xuanji's teachings, it would have been very difficult for them to improve. Not only them, but many people in the Emperor Sword Divine range were the same. They were originally mortals, and it was Zhou Xuanji who raised them up step by step. Mortal gods might be very powerful in the Kunlun Origin Court, but they were nothing in the endless universe. Mortal sovereign had stagnated in cultivation for countless years. One's talent was limited, and only serendipity could break through the limit. Zhou Xuanji continued preaching. At this moment, he suddenly sensed something. He squinted his eyes and created an outer soul clone. The outer soul clone immediately disappeared from the hall. In the dark void, a man in heavy black armor strolled forward. His eyes were indifferent, and his long black hair looked a little messy. He was holding a halberd in his hand, and dozens of tiny meteorites were levitating around the halberd blade. Stop! A violent cry came. A group of deities, radiating with purple radiance, dashed toward him and surrounded him. The leading general had a dignified appearance. His aura was so powerful that even the space around him fluctuated. He sized up the black-armored man and asked in a deep voice, "The teleportation region of the Sword Emperor Divine Court is not something you can handle. Tell me your name." The black-armored man was alone, and his aura was filled with murderous intent. He was obviously an enemy. "Move aside," the black-armored man said with a hoarse voice. The halberd in his hand trembled slightly. "Suppress him," The divine general was enraged and cried out furiously. Boom! All the deities activated their divine abilities, and a powerful radiance engulfed the black-armored man. Seeking death. The black-armored man snorted coldly as he swung his halberd. A ray of black light swept out and forced the deities back. The deities could not dodge in time and were sent flying backward while vomiting blood. Some of them were even blasted into smithereens. The divine general was enraged and was about to call for reinforcements. At this moment, the black-armored man appeared behind him out of nowhere and pressed his sword against the divine general's neck. "Do you need to be so angry?" Zhou Xuanji's voice came suddenly, and the black-armored man turned around in shock. He saw Zhou Xuanji, who was wearing a luxurious purple robe, walking on the Milky Way. Outer Soul Clone. With the support of the Eternal Will, the Outer Soul Clone looked like the original Zhou Xuanji. "You are the Sword Emperor?" The black-armored man asked coldly. He was shocked in his heart. How did this guy cultivate? How could he be so unfathomable? Zhou Xuanji said calmly, "Let go of my subordinates. Tell me what you want." Having heard that, the black-armored man hesitated for a while before putting down his halberd and pushing the divine general away. Chapter 1050. Sword Emperor, don't stop me. I just want to use your teleportation formation to head south. The black-armored man said in a low voice as he stared at Zhou Xuanji. His tone was not polite, as if he would attack Zhou Xuanji if he refused. Zhou Xuanji asked with a smile, "Where are you from, and why are you going to Southern Infinity?" "Why should I tell you?" The black-armored man snorted coldly. Zhou Xuanji was not angered and said with a smile, "Just because this is my territory. You want to use my teleportation portal. If you don't tell me and still want to use it forcefully, then I'm sorry. I will let you understand why the Sword Emperor Divine Court can dominate the northern boundless continent." In the distance, the divine generals and gods all looked at Zhou Xuanji fervently. This was the Sword Emperor that they believed in. Not arrogant, but not afraid of any existence. The black-armored man flew into a rage and roared, "You want to attack me? Come on." He raised his halberd and stabbed towards Zhou Xuanji. Bang! His blood qi flew out and turned into a massive dragon, which was about to devour Zhou Xuanji. Two rays of exterminating divine light shot out from Zhou Xuanji's eyes and easily destroyed the massive dragon. He took out the divine sword of coercion and slowly rose up. His body burst forth with resplendent silver light. "I treated you courteously, yet you're so rude. Since that's the case, you can go and die." Zhou Xuanji's face turned incredibly cold. He looked like a completely different person compared to the smiling Zhou Xuanji before. Rumble, a pillar of light descended from the sky and enveloped his body. It was the eternal will of his main body. As the eternal will grew stronger, his aura also grew stronger. At this moment, his avatar was like his main body. The black-armored man's expression changed. He gripped his halberd tightly and roared angrily. "Ah!" His voice was incomparably mournful, as if he was suffering from great pain. His body began to twist and his bones broke, as if something was about to break out of his body. His hair quickly grew longer, and his black armor was dyed red with blood. He suddenly raised his eyes. Streaks of blood appeared on his forehead, and they were still wriggling about. It was horrifying. He suddenly disappeared. Zhou Xuanji stabbed backward with his sword, and the blade accurately pierced through the black-armored man's throat. The black-armored man's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? Zhou Xuanji's gaze was still cold, and the serendipity extermination sword appeared in his left hand. Puchi. With a horizontal slash of the sword, the black-armored man was beheaded before he could react. Zhou Xuanji turned around and activated his exterminating divine eyes, sucking out the black-armored man's soul forcefully. At the eternal realm, he had already surpassed the realm of any living being in the boundless universe. Unless it was those old monsters who had lived for countless years, no one could be a match for him. The black-armored man was quite powerful, but Zhou Xuanji could clearly see all of his movements. There were no surprises. Zhou Xuanji easily suppressed the black-armored man. He turned around and looked at the god generals and gods in the distance. He smiled and said, "Thank you for your hard work. Do your best, the god court will not mistreat you." With that, he vanished into thin air. The divine general and his subordinates immediately became excited. "Oh my God! His Majesty the Sword Emperor is actually so approachable. So strong, that guy can't resist at all. With such an expert leading us, we will be able to unify the endless universe sooner or later. Ha ha ha, that's for sure. Even the other unending realms have the same opinion. We have to cultivate properly. We almost suffered a setback. Fortunately, we have His Majesty the Sword Sovereign. Back at Stars Hall. Zhou Xuanji's original body was still preaching the ancestral voice to Xian Xianghua and the other two ladies. The avatar came to his side and fused into his body. The black-armored man's soul entered his Kunlun sword. In the dark space, Zhou Xuanji's eternal will hung high above and looked down at the black-armored man. The black-armored man was furious, but he felt more fear in his heart. It was not a big deal if he could not win. The key was that he did not even know how he lost. The feeling of not being able to see through his enemy made his heart sink into an abyss. "Tell me, who are you?" Zhou Xuanji asked coldly. The black-armored man gritted his teeth and did not reply. At this moment, numerous truth swords appeared out of nowhere and pierced into the black-armored man's soul from all directions, turning him into a porcupine. The truth swords formed by the eternal will. They used the truth swords as the output of will, which amplified the power of the truth swords. "Tell me, who are you? Where are you from?" Zhou Xuanji cried out sharply, which made the black-armored man shudder. He replied blankly, "I'm from the ancient god race, from the lawless region. I was defeated by the divine race to the northern endless realm." Ancient god race? Divine race? Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and asked further, "Then why are you going to the southern endless realm?" "Because the divine race wants to devour the lawless region. I'm fleeing there. My ancestors divined at the eternal God Gate appeared in the southern endless realm. I want to find the eternal God Gate." The black-armored man replied honestly. After saying that, he revealed a terrified expression. What happened? Why did he tell the truth? He looked at the truth swords on his body in fear. "What are these swords?" Zhou Xuanji continued, "Tell me, how many races and factions are there in the lawless region?" From what the black-armored man said, the lawless region had many powerful races that he did not expect. Although the lawless region is a crack in the boundless universe, the space inside it is much larger than the boundless universe. Before the ancient Lord era, countless races migrated to the lawless region. There were sects and races, but I'm not sure how many factions there are, the black-armored man replied. His eyes turned dull. Zhou Xuanji frowned. This answer was even more terrifying than an accurate answer. Inside the Star Palace. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes with a solemn expression. He had been guarding against the lawless region. But he still underestimated the lawless region. If not for the barrier between the lawless region and the boundless universe would have been devoured long ago. As for what the barrier was, it was not hard to understand. It must be the ancient lord's will and great Tao rules. It was because of the ancient lord that so many races migrated to the lawless region. Now, living beings from the lawless region were entering and exiting the lawless region. This meant that the ancient lord's restrictions on them were weakening. This was not good news. Seems like I have to hurry and unify the boundless universe. I wonder if there are eternal cultivators in the depths of the lawless region, Zhou Xuanji mumbled. The ancestral voice was still reverberating in the palace. The three girls were still in a state of enlightenment and did not hear him. He decided to make the ancestral Buddha break through as soon as possible. He was not worried that the ancestral Buddha would bite him back. After all, he owed the ancestral voice to the ancestral Buddha. He owed the ancestral Buddha a favor. After that, he stopped thinking about it and looked at the three girls. A few decades later, the three girls had all broken through to the great sovereign of the 9 halls. With such cultivation, they could dominate even on the endless battlefield. Immortal cultivators were not as common as cabbages. Go and consolidate your cultivation, Zhou Xuanji said softly. Xian Xianghua, Hongchen Sovereign, and Shen Nianqing nodded and turned to leave. They were all very excited. As they walked, they discussed their previous enlightenment. Chapter 1051. After preaching the ancestral voice to Xian Xianghua, Mortal Sovereign, and Shen Nianqing, Zhou Xuanji felt a little free. He returned to the Kunlun Origin Court and began traveling. Although the Sword Emperor Divine Court was fighting fiercely in Nanwujin, there was no need for him to show up in person. Nanwujin was like a big meat pie that anyone could take a bite out of. Fortunately, Hunyuan Heaven and Cardinal Heaven had cleaned up the powerful cultivators. Now, the 3 endless overlords didn't have to show up in person. Not showing up didn't mean that they didn't care. They were all waiting for each other to show up first. It had been a long time since he came to the Kunlun Origin Court. Zhou Xuanji suddenly felt that the Kunlun Origin Court had changed a lot. The strength of all living beings had obviously become stronger. There were many cultivators like Mortal Sovereign in the past. Thinking back, Mortal Sovereign was so powerful in the Kunlun Origin Court. Zhou Xuanji suddenly thought of the past sovereigns of the Kunlun Origin Court. It was embarrassing to say it. Most of these sovereigns didn't come to him but went to other endless overlords. Zhou Xuanji didn't mention these things. His subordinates didn't mention them either. Everyone knew that he was the current master of the Kunlun Origin Court. As for the sovereigns who were still alive, no one cared about them. He began to walk his own path of rise. From the Great Zhou Empire to the Emperor Sword Divine Range. After so many years, the Great Zhou Empire was still prosperous. It had a lot to do with Zhou Xuanji. In the northern wilderness region, Zhou Xuanji had become the greatest god. The Great Zhou Empire was also building momentum. Any creature that ascended from the northern wilderness region would be taken care of by the upper realm. Even if they were not talented, no one would easily offend them. The biggest reason was that the disciples of the Emperor Sword Court would descend to the mortal world from time to time, marry, and have children. In modern terms, they liked to go back to the novice village to abuse others. As long as they didn't mess around, Zhou Xuanji didn't bother to pay attention to them. This journey lasted for 100 years. Zhou Xuanji walked all the roads he had walked before and looked back at the scenery again. The world had changed. Everything had changed. Even his mood had changed. He felt even more. Although it didn't improve his cultivation much, he felt it very good. Don't forget your original intention. When he returned to the star's domain, a divine lord came to deliver the news. Zhou Xuanji let him in. The god sovereign half-knelt on the ground and cupped his fists. Your Majesty, Sword Monarch, Qin Zun is fighting against the ancient geniuses. Both sides are equally matched and are still fighting. Zhou Xuanji asked, did Western Endless retract their forces in Southern Endless? No. The Divine Sovereign replied. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. It seemed that Gu Juejiu did not take Qin Zun seriously at all. Regardless of whether he won or lost, it would not affect Dong Wujin's status. After all, Zhongji, Cardinal Heaven and Hunyuan Heaven had already been defeated by Qin Zun. It wasn't shameful for him to lose, and he would only be sending Qin Zun to the peak. Compared to one's personal reputation, unifying the boundless universe was more important. Your Majesty Sword Emperor, do we need to set up defenses? God Monarch asked. He knew that Zhou Xuanji was unfathomable, but Zhou Xuanji was still young. Compared to those old monsters, he was probably weaker. Although Gu Juejiao was forced to retreat, he was not injured. Everyone guessed that the two of them had made some kind of deal. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "He can't defeat me. As long as it wasn't an Eternal Realm expert, no one could defeat him. At most, he wouldn't be able to defeat the enemy." Seeing how confident Zhou Xuanji was, the Divine Lord wanted to say something but stopped himself. Qin Zun was simply too domineering. He appeared out of nowhere and challenged the endless overlords. There wasn't a second person like him in the entire boundless universe. "You may leave." Zhou Xuanji waved his hand and said. Having heard him, the Divine Lord could only leave. After he left the palace, Zhou Xuanji smiled. "Qin Zun, I want to see who you are and what secrets the Eternal God Gate is hiding," Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. The sovereign serendipity might have come from the Eternal God Gate. Perhaps the Eternal God Gate hid the true sovereign serendipity. Although the supreme legendary sword system was powerful, it couldn't make him invincible. The true sovereign serendipity could make one invincible in the world. It was unstoppable. After that, Zhou Xuanji closed his eyes and stopped thinking about it. Boom! A horrifying and powerful light swept across the entire universe. Countless living beings were annihilated. Hong Qin Saint's hair was disheveled, and his divine robe was torn. He looked extremely disheveled. Within the powerful light stood an extremely majestic figure. He was tens of thousands of meters tall, like a giant god that split the heavens and the earth apart. He was extremely majestic. "You little rascals! Don't you dare wreak havoc in the southern endless universe!" The giant god roared with all his might, causing the entire universe to tremble. Other than Hong Qin Saint, there were no less than 10 imperishable stage cultivators scattered in all directions. They were all looking at the giant god in shock. Who is this guy? Such a terrifying imperishable stage cultivator. At that moment, I felt like my soul was going to be destroyed. Everyone, let's fight him together. No, this guy is too powerful. We are no match for him at all. Since when did South Boundless have such a powerful being? We must suppress him, or else our subordinates will all die a horrible death. The imperishable stage cultivators quickly came to an agreement. Hong Qin Saint fought the giant god with them. In the distance, countless divine weapons were watching, and all of them had shocked expressions on their faces. Too powerful. Only at such a close distance could one feel how terrifying the giant god was. At the same time, 3 countless scouts immediately sent back the news. When the news reached the Star Hall, it was already a few days later. Zhou Xuanji immediately found the ancestor Buddha and told him about it. "You want me to fight?" The ancestor Buddha asked unhappily. Zhou Xuanji said seriously, "Do you want to improve further?" "Deal." The ancestor Buddha immediately disappeared from the temple. Zhou Xuanji smiled and followed him back. With the ancestor Buddha's help, it should be a piece of cake. Although the ancestor Buddha had not completely learned the constitution-defying Creation Sutra, he was already extremely powerful. His opponent was not like the ancient geniuses. The ancestor Buddha should be able to suppress him easily. About 8 days passed. The ancestor Buddha's voice came into the Star Hall. "It's done. That guy is one of the first batch of imperishable stage cultivators during the post-primeval sovereign era. He's quite powerful. I have already subdued him. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and laughed. This guy really knew how to act cool. But what surprised him was that the ancestor Buddha could easily suppress an opponent that so many imperishable stage cultivators could not defeat. It seemed like the ancestor Buddha had made great progress. Maybe he could really reach the eternity stage. After some thought, Zhou Xuanji came to the ancestor Buddha's temple. The ancestor Buddha was playing with a white jade bottle. Seeing Zhou Xuanji, he frowned and said, "Why did you suddenly appear? Don't you know to greet me outside?" Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Why? Are you plotting something behind my back?" The ancestor Buddha snorted coldly and did not explain. Although he was already working for Zhou Xuanji, he still felt uncomfortable. He felt that he had lost his seniority. "Can you let me see that guy?" Zhou Xuanji asked. The ancestor Buddha did not kill him, which meant that he was still valuable to the ancestor Buddha. He also wanted to understand the difference between the first batch of imperishable stage cultivators during the post-primeval sovereign era. Chapter 1052. Facing Zhou Xuanji's request, the ancestor Buddha fell silent. After hesitating for a while, he reluctantly raised his right hand. He flipped his palm, and a glass-like orb appeared in his palm. Within the orb was a creature. This person looked valiant and looked like Zhou Xuanji's demon god clone, Coilingzhen. His eyes were closed, and he had fallen into a deep sleep. His aura is so strange. It's completely different from other creatures, Zhou Xuanji said curiously. As expected, the ancestor Buddha had a reason for subduing this creature. The ancestor Buddha replied, "After the ancient sovereign opened up his great Tao, the boundless universe became empty. For some reason, a group of creatures appeared. They had the aura of the primordial creatures, but as the ancient sovereigns will changed, their descendants gradually became the current creatures." Zhou Xuanji was shocked and asked, "In other words, he's the ancestor of the current generation of creatures?" Such an existence had fallen to such a state. How lamentable. The ancestor Buddha nodded, his gaze calm. He did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. "What do you want to do with him?" Zhou Xuanji could not help but ask again. He really wanted to know if this person came from the lawless region. With such an identity, it was impossible for him to stay in Southern Infinity for a long time. Moreover, he had not been destroyed by Hunyuan Heaven and Cardinal Heaven, which made no sense. The only possibility was that after Cardinal Heaven and Hunyuan Heaven escaped, he snuck into Southern Infinity from the lawless region. "I have my own uses. I can't tell you," the ancestor Buddha replied. Zhou Xuanji smiled and did not ask any further. He said meaningfully, "The lawless region is getting restless. I hope this fellow has nothing to do with the lawless region." The ancestor Buddha's pupils constricted, and his expression became unnatural. Zhou Xuanji immediately understood. It was indeed related to the lawless region. He did not continue to speak and turned to leave. The ancestor Buddha looked up at his back and frowned. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji was about to walk out of the temple, the ancestor Buddha hurriedly said, "He indeed came from the lawless region. Looks like the ancient sovereign's great Tao is weakening. You need to be careful." Zhou Xuanji stopped and asked in confusion, "Why should I be careful?" The ancestral Buddha ancestor had a complicated look in his eyes as he said faintly, "Because you know the ancestral voice, and you even know the more profound ancestral voice characters. To the lawless regions, you are a fatal attraction. Back then, when I comprehended the ancestral voice in the lawless regions, I was hunted down by them. The terrifying scene is still vivid in my mind." Zhou Xuanji was even more surprised. What kind of scene could make the Buddha ancestor feel fear? "Anything else?" Zhou Xuanji asked. This was the first time he found out that the ancestor Buddha had learned the ancestral sound from the forbidden region. This old man had a lot of experience. The ancestral Buddha hesitated and said, "In any case, we just have to be careful. No one knows how many powerful existences and secrets are hidden in the lawless zone." Zhou Xuanji nodded and left. The ancestor Buddha lowered his head to look at the bead in his hand. The corners of his lips curled up into a strange smile. "You cowards, just wait until I find the Supreme Being's opportunity, then you'll all die." After conversing with the ancestral Buddha, Zhou Xuanji became even more interested in the lawless region. He wanted to go and check out the lawless region, but he felt that it was too dangerous. Now that the Sword Emperor Divine Court was attacking Nanwujin, he couldn't separate himself. If he was trapped in a lawless region and the Sword Emperor Divine Court encountered a powerful enemy, it would be bad if they didn't have a leader. Zhou Xuanji thought about it. If he was not here, no one under his command could hold the fort. The fire god of helplessness was too violent and unsuitable. The ancestral Buddha had said that he didn't want to interfere in too many things. Yuan Cheng, Jin Cheng, and the 12 divine lords weren't absolutely united. After returning to the Star Hall, Zhou Xuanji had been thinking about who to promote. He waved his right hand. Zhou Tanhua appeared in the hall out of thin air. He was stunned and looked at his father in surprise. He was in the middle of cultivating and was suddenly teleported here. It was so sudden that he forgot to greet. "Do you want to be in power?" Zhou Xuanji asked directly. Zhou Tanhua furrowed his brow. He immediately understood what his father meant. "Father, you want to promote me so that I can help you control the divine court when you go out in the future?" Zhou Tanhua asked directly. There was a hint of bitterness in his eyes. Zhou Xuanji stared at him and said, "One day, someone will inherit my position." Zhou Tanhua fell into silence. After a while, he sighed and said, spreading out his hands, "Okay, as your son, I have always done whatever I wanted. I should share your burden." Zhou Xuanji smiled with satisfaction and immediately summoned Jin Cheng. Soon, Jin Cheng arrived. "Greetings, Your Majesty, Sword Emperor." Jin Cheng knelt down and greeted. He glanced at Zhou Tanhua thoughtfully. He seemed to have guessed something. Zhou Xuanji did not waste any time and said, "The star's domain is the center of the Sword Emperor Divine Court. I need you to help Tanhua integrate into this whirlpool of power. His status is equivalent to the sovereign court." Below the 12 divine monarchs were the 36 court sovereigns. Each of the Supreme Court paragons controlled an army of over 10 billion soldiers, and their power and influence were monstrous. Jin Cheng nodded and immediately guaranteed, "I will definitely help young master establish himself quickly." He wasn't stupid. One day, Zhou Tanhua would succeed to the throne. Zhou Xuanji had many experts under him. His power would only continue to weaken. If he could help Zhou Tanhua ascend to the throne, then he would become Zhou Tanhua's confidant. Over the years, he had been in constant contact with Zhou Tanhua. They were still master and apprentice in name, even though he hadn't taught Zhou Tanhua anything. Zhou Tanhua took a deep breath and said, "Father, are you in a hurry to give me the position of Venerable Court as soon as I come up?" Zhou Xuanji comforted, "No hurry, I just trust you. I want to lead some of the multitude stars domain's divine army to the boundless south. Only with military results will I be able to establish myself quickly." Zhou Tanhua stated seriously. In troubled times, one must rely on strength to rise to the top. Zhou Xuanji hesitated for a moment before saying, "Okay, Jin Cheng will take him down to receive a battle order. Let him choose 2 venerable court sovereigns for him to use. Also, pass the order to Yuancheng of Nanwujin. Ask him to help out a little, lest someone offend his superior." Jin Cheng immediately accepted the order. Zhou Tanhua saluted before the two quickly left. Zhou Xuanji continued to think. Should I leave some room for maneuver for my son? What if he died outside? What should I do? Thinking of this, Zhou Xuanji once again came to the ancestor Buddha's temple. Why are you here again? The ancestor Buddha asked in a deep voice. He looked vigilant. This kid can't be thinking about the people in my hands, right? Zhou Xuanji went straight to the point and said, protect my son in secret. If you encounter the first batch of post-ancient sovereigns, I will be at your disposal. Hearing this, the ancestor Buddha asked with a frown, I just went out and came back. You are going out again? There is a higher realm above the ancestral voice. I will teach you personally, Zhou Xuanji said indifferently. Really? Really? Okay. The ancestor Buddha immediately agreed. Then he asked, what about your son? Zhou Xuanji replied, he is going to the Boundless South to train. You will protect him in secret. Unless he is about to die, don't show yourself. Let him fight on his own. Chapter 1053. Okay, when he sets off, I will follow him, the ancestor Buddha nodded. The ancestral Buddha nodded. His heart was itching. What is the higher realm above the ancestral sound? Zhou Xuanji asked curiously, by the way, how many people in the endless universe do you think are your opponents? Is there anyone you can't defeat at all? The ancestor Buddha replied, there are at least more than 10 people who can be my opponents. There is no one I can't defeat at all. Such terrifying existences are usually hiding in the unfathomable regions. Their age is comparable to the long river of history. More than 10. Zhou Xuanji was speechless. He thought that only the endless universe's overlords could rival the ancestor Buddha. He didn't expect there to be so many. It seemed that he had underestimated the endless universe. Zhou Xuanji shook his head with a smile before turning around and leaving. After he left, the ancestor Buddha took out the bead again and looked at the giant god inside. Soon, I will reunite your clan. The ancestor Buddha said with a proud smile. His eyes flickered with hatred. After Zhou Tanhua received the order, he spent half a month settling his sect before leading 2 court sovereigns and 10 billion divine soldiers to southern infinity. Xian Xianghua was very excited after knowing about this. She wanted to follow her son to kill the enemy. Zhou Xuanji stopped her. What a joke. What's the big deal with bringing an old mother to the battlefield? Of course, he didn't say it directly. Otherwise, Xian Xianghua would definitely explode. The news of Zhou Tanhua's expedition to southern infinity spread quickly. This matter was widely spread. Under the deduction of a mysterious giant hand, Zhou Tanhua's fame rose sharply. Some said that he had a talent that surpassed the Sword Emperor. Some said that he was transformed from the Sword Emperor's sword heart. All kinds of rumors spread, and they were as outrageous as they could be. Gradually, Zhou Tanhua gained the aura of the top genius of northern infinity. There were exaggerated praises, but there were also disdain and contempt. Many creatures thought that Zhou Xuanji was building momentum for his son. If he needed to build momentum, it probably meant that Zhou Tanhua wasn't that strong. If he was really that outrageous, he would have long become famous in northern infinity. In any case, Zhou Tanhua's fame had risen. In the Star Hall, Zhou Xuanji listened to Jiang Shue's report with a smile on his face. Not long ago, Jiang Shui had already entered the Sword Emperor Divine Court's Intelligence Center. She had personally built momentum for Zhou Tanhua. Not bad, this is the treatment of a real son, Zhou Xuanji said as he smiled. Jiang Shui rolled her eyes at him and said, why isn't Tanhua my son? I was the one who took care of him when he was young. His mother was a cultivation maniac. How could she have any martial arts? Jiang Shui and Xian Xianghua were very strange. They pampered each other's children more than they pampered each other's children. This kind of tacit understanding had always kept their relationship very good, and there had never been any problems. By the way, are we going to let little Xian go on like this? Jiang Shui asked. Zhou Xiaoxian had always been a headache to her. He felt that this girl had not grown up yet. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and asked, "What do you want her to do?" Jiang Shui sighed, "You have to be more mature. If one day you decide to go somewhere else and never come back, who will support you?" Zhou Xuanji found it funny and asked, "Where can I go and never come back?" "Who knows? As the saying goes, there is always someone better than you. Maybe there is a vaster world waiting for you to explore, just like before. In the past, I could never imagine the existence of the endless universe because a mortal realm is the biggest. Maybe there is a celestial realm, but I didn't expect the celestial realm to be just a speck of dust, or even less than a speck of dust in the endless universe," Jiang Shui said worriedly. As she spoke, she walked up to Zhou Xuanji, sat on his lap, and hugged him. Zhou Xuanji gently patted her back and comforted her, "Don't think too much. No matter where I go, I will take you with me. After all, I have already integrated the Kunlun origin court into my soul. We will never be separated." Jiang Shui said softly, "I know, but I always feel a little uneasy in my heart, as if something big is going to happen next." "Something big?" Zhou Xuanji frowned. At their level of cultivation, they wouldn't ignore sudden disturbances in their hearts. It must be an indication of something. He continued to comfort Jiang Shui. The two hugged each other, enjoying this quiet happiness. A few hours later, Jiang Shui left. Zhou Xuanji created a doppelganger and asked it to use the fate manifestation technique on him. A thundercloud gathered above Zhou Xuanji's head. The thundercloud parted, and 3 silhouettes stood on it. Zhou Xuanji was astonished. He felt that the 3 silhouettes were very familiar. Weren't 2 of them Hunyuan Heaven and Cardinal Heaven? Could the other one be a Hongmeng Heaven from the previous generation? The 3 heavens raised their right hands and slapped at Zhou Xuanji. Boom! The throne under Zhou Xuanji shattered, and he fell to the ground. A horrifying aura enveloped him. Even with his eternal realm cultivation, he could barely stand up. How can it be? Zhou Xuanji's expression changed drastically. He looked at the 3 heaven silhouettes in shock. Under his gaze, the 3 heavens gradually merged together and formed a new silhouette, which was even more majestic. "Zhou Xuanji, you want to reverse everything. You will die a horrible death." A violent cry came, and Zhou Xuanji was dazzled by the shock. He tried to keep himself awake. "Who are you?" he asked with gritted teeth. "Zhou Xuanji, you want to reverse everything. You will die a horrible death. Zhou Xuanji, you want to reverse everything. You will die a horrible death. Zhou Xuanji, you want to reverse everything. You will die a horrible death." The other party cursed again and again, his words filled with endless anger. Zhou Xuanji immediately dispelled the out-of-soul doppelganger, and the fate manifestation technique ended. The 3 heavenly phantoms broke apart. The voice of the fire god came from inside the palace. "Are you all right?" Zhou Xuanji deeply breathed in and said, "I'm fine, I'm just cultivating a divine ability related to destiny." "Fate? TSK, you still believe in fate?" There was a hint of mockery in lawless fire god's tone. With that, his aura disappeared. Zhou Xuanji came back to his senses and thought about what he said just now. Who was that person? Why did he say that he wanted to reverse everything? What did he reverse? The more Zhou Xuanji thought about it, the more he felt a headache. He was so shocked by the roar just now that he felt like his head was going to explode. He began to meditate and recited the unconstitutional creation scripture with his soul. Wait a minute. Defiant scripture of creation. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes wide and shuddered instantly. Could it be that the Constitution Defiance creation scripture would give him some kind of mission? He thought about the primordial lord and the ancient sovereign. Why did those people who stood at the peak disappear? What kind of earth-shattering secret was hidden behind this? Zhou Xuanji did his best to calm his emotions. However, the more he thought about it, the more unsettled he felt. He immediately took out the Master Emperor door and asked the primordial Lord's spirit inside. "That's your fate. What does it have to do with me?" The primordial Lord's spirit replied. It was evident that he was still angry. He felt that what Zhou Xuanji did was disgraceful. Zhou Xuanji continued to ask, "Are there other mysteries hidden in the unconstitutional creation scripture?" The primordial Lord's spirit replied, "You will have to find out for yourself." Chapter 1054. No matter how Zhou Xuanji asked, the Founder Lord's spirit refused to answer. Zhou Xuanji was helpless and could only take him back into the main Emperor's gate. Before disappearing, the eyes of the Founder Lord's spirit were filled with hidden bitterness. After going through the destiny manifestation technique, Zhou Xuanji felt as if there was a stone hanging in his heart, and he could not put it down for a long time. However, when his soul began to recite the unconstitutional creation sutra, his uneasiness also disappeared. He began to cultivate in peace. Decades later, he was very excited that Yuancheng had rushed back. Zhou Xuanji woke up from his cultivation and asked Yuancheng to come in. After Yuancheng entered the palace, he knelt down emotionally, cupped his fists, and said, "My lord, a third of Nanwujin is already under our control. The more the young master fights, the stronger he becomes. Not only is his cultivation soaring, but his name has also spread throughout Nanwujin. His swordsmanship is unbelievably fast. Within the same realm, he is completely invincible." Zhou Xuanji was not surprised. Everything was within his expectations. He smiled and said, "What else?" Just this news alone was not worth Yuancheng coming back personally. A door has been discovered in the lawless region between the southern Endless and eastern Endless. It's suspected to be the Eternal God door. Do you want to take a look? Yuancheng asked eagerly. Qin Zun had escaped from the Eternal God Gate, so there must be a great opportunity hidden inside. Although it was dangerous, it was also very attractive. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and asked, "Eternal God sect, you're getting close?" Yuancheng shook his head and said, "I wouldn't dare. We've only sealed that part of the universe." Zhou Xuanji was thinking whether he should go and take a look. "That's right, how has Sovereign Qin been recently?" Zhou Xuanji asked. Since Qin Zun challenged Gu Juejiu last time, there was no news about him. Even the winner was uncertain. Yuancheng muttered, "I'm not sure. It should be a draw." The news has been suppressed. He had almost forgotten about Qin Zun. Although Qin Zun challenged experts everywhere, it didn't affect the endless forces much, so he ignored Qin Zun. Go and rest first. I will think about it before making a decision," Zhou Xuanji said softly. After the marriage was established, he bowed and left. He was very excited. Zhou Xuanji started to wonder if he should go and take a look at the Eternal God Gate. However, the Fire God had warned him not to seek out the Eternal God Gate. He thought about it and decided not to court death. Right now, he did not need the Eternal Divine Gates to strengthen himself. Regardless of whether it was him or the Sword Emperor Divine Court, they were enough to deal with any dangerous situations. He would not be able to summon the Fire God into the palace. The unstoppable Fire God appeared in the hall, still maintaining the form of a firebird, occupying the entire Stars Hall. He looked down at Zhou Xuanji and asked, "Boy, what's the matter?" "A mysterious gate that seems to be the Eternal God Gate has appeared," Zhou Xuanji said directly. Hearing that, the god of flames frowned. Regardless of whether it's real or fake, don't go there. Don't touch it, and don't look at it. None of the living beings who have seen the eternal gate of God have a good ending. It is the source of misfortune, the beginning of all tribulations. Although you have already reached the eternal realm, countless eternal beings have fallen because of it. Zhou Xuanji was shocked by his seriousness. Was the eternal gate of God that terrifying? Zhou Xuanji did not have any hope in his heart, and he immediately decided not to go to the eternal God sect. However, his curiosity towards the eternal gate of God grew stronger and stronger. Where did the eternal God gate come from? That's right, the 3 supreme fortuitous encounters came from the eternal God gate. Are they inside the eternal God gate, or are they scattered around the world? Zhou Xuanji continued to ask. He had always wanted to ask about this. No matter how chaotic the endless universe was, there had been no news of the sovereign's fortuitous encounter. When Zhou Xuanji first came to the endless universe, he had heard of the legend of the sovereign's fortuitous encounter. Almost all the creatures knew about it. The god of flames said unhappily, if it was so easy to find, the endless universe would have been unified long ago. After that, he disappeared from the hall, leaving behind wisps of dissipating flames. After 3 days, Yuan Cheng left with Zhou Xuanji's order. Retreat. Stay away from the eternal God gate. Boom! A figure was sent flying, crashing through a star comparable to the sun. He quickly stabilized his body. His body was shining with a golden light, and he was holding a long saber in each hand. His hair was disheveled as he glared at the enemy in front of him. How can it be? You broke through again. Zhou Tanhua. Who are you? The man glowing in golden light cried out in horror, his voice trembling. Zhou Tanhua charged over on a river of swords. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his face was cold. At this moment, he resembled Zhou Xuanji. The person who will kill you. Just as Zhou Tanhua's voice fell, swords of light appeared around him out of thin air, piercing through the man glowing in golden light in the blink of an eye. All the stars in the entire universe shattered in an instant, turning into dust. In another space, the ancestor Buddha, sitting on the golden lotus, clicked his tongue in wonder. This kid's aptitude is getting more and more exaggerated. It seems that he has perfectly inherited his father's bloodline. When this war is over, he will break through again. However, there is something wrong with his eyes. They look a little familiar. He carefully observed Zhou Tanhua's eyes, trying to find out what secrets were hidden in them. Ever since Yuan Cheng received the order and left, Nan Wujin would send news of victory every month. Zhou Tanhua, like Zhou Xuanji, rose rapidly in the chaotic world. He showed his terrifying aptitude and solidified his title as the top genius in the northern universe. Zhou Xuanji would be overjoyed every time he heard news of Zhou Tanhua's victory. As a father, he was happier to see his son make a breakthrough than to see his own. It was a little embarrassing. Although Zhou Xuanji was getting stronger and stronger, his descendants and core team had never been able to keep up with him. Now that Zhou Tanhua had finally caught up, Zhou Xuanji felt very proud. It was worth mentioning that after Zhou Xiaoxian learned of Zhou Tanhua's legend, she also asked to go to southern Wujin. Zhou Xuanji didn't stop her. He asked someone to take Zhou Xiaoxian and her disciples to southern Wujin. Not long after, Zhou Tanhua's son, Zhou Tianyuan, also came to ask to go to southern Wujin. This time, Zhou Xuanji rejected him. Grandpa, why? Zhou Tianyuan asked excitedly. Zhou Xuanji calmly replied, you are too weak. Zhou Tianyuan's aptitude was also very strong and he often went into closed-door cultivation. However, he didn't know much about the endless universe. With his current strength, he would undoubtedly become cannon fodder if he went to southern Wujin. Hearing this, Zhou Tianyuan became anxious. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and immediately cast an illusion divine ability on him, letting him feel the endless war. Plop. Zhou Tianyuan collapsed to the ground, covered in sweat. Zhou Xuanji immediately deactivated the divine ability. Zhou Tianyuan woke up with a start and began panting heavily. At this moment, someone outside the hall asked to see him. Zhou Xuanji immediately let him in. The visitor was a divine lord. He had a dignified appearance and was exuding the domineering aura of an undying powerhouse. Your Majesty, a stone coffin was found at the northernmost edge of the northern infinity. All the soldiers within 10,000 miles of it were destroyed in body and soul. It is rushing to the northern infinity at an extremely fast speed, the Divine Lord reported in a deep voice with a solemn expression. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.